Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our Delta Green campaign. This is episode 2, The Last Equation. It kicks off on November 12th, 1998. Without further ado, let us get right into it. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh shit, have we started?
Yes.
Dale wasn't saying anything.
And,
Liam was busy with his cat.
I
well,
was busy making funnies and you missed it.
yes. Well, how are we tonight? Are we ready for another adventure in Delta Green?
Oh,
I suppose so, if you insist.
I'd be more ready if the goddamn Louis bot was working.
I would be too, but unfortunately, the Louis bot is having some technical issues tonight. So what I might do is we'll just leave it. We might play.
I'll go get my dice then, if that's the case.
Yeah.
You mean you haven't got your dice?
I use the bot because then the people can see.
Well, no, the dice bot will be fine. It's just Louis, our music bot.
It's just the music.
So I'm going to actually disconnect him and just not play with him for a bit, and we'll try him a bit later.
He's taken his music and gone home.
Yep. He's taking his music. He's going home. Get out of here, Louis. Okay.
What Paige's weapons? Because I need to have a look at weapons.
There's a weapons table in Call of Cthulhu rules that you can look at. So, welcome to episode 2 of Delta Green, The Last Equation. It is November 12th, 1998. It has been just under 2 months since your terrifying night in the wilds of rural Arizona. And life seems to have returned, at least for now, to normal.
Oh dear God!
That was a lot of dice.
It was, yes. I used to not have room on my computer desk to use my dice.
And
So
when the rogue does damage.
And, so, in the, just under 2 months since you had that thrilling run-in with alien technology and Majestic 12, and were inducted into Delta Green, what have you all been doing? We'll start first with, Nox Smolder, of course, played by Leah.
I was just having a look at the guns at the moment because I wish to upgrade my arsenal.
So that's what you've been doing in the last 2 months. So, you may feel free to spend any of the cash you have on hand on any new weapons. And so you seem to be taking your new job with Delta Green quite a bit seriously and wish to prepare for more dangerous threats, hoping that in the process you might gain some clues about what happened to your brother. Next, we will move on to Dr. Krillin Temporary, played by Remy. And what have you been doing in the just under 2 months since the last episode?
Spent the first month cramming all his biology books, trying to figure out if anything could actually function the way that they saw. And then he spent the second month taking self-defense classes with a Glock and a taser.
Yes.
Because he was realizing just how inadequate he was when we were under attack.
Probably a wise decision. Did he use any of his signing bonus to purchase a gun?
Yes, he used $900 of it.
Lovely. Next, we shall move on to, Tom's character will be introduced later, and as will M1's, except M1 seems to be completely AWOL and hasn't responded to me giving him his character sheet. We'll move on to Stanley Baird, played by M2. How has Stanley been coping since his recruitment to Delta Green?
Obviously took a little bit of time to get all of Stanley's equipment into his new digs, but for the most part has just been studying some of the technology stuff they have there, and just kind of has waiting to get the broken half of that lovely spaceship that blew up on him back, so he can just keep it proudly on his desk. So it's mostly just been getting into his new routine and new job. Just see some technology.
Yep. Finally, played by Smithy, we have our forensic anthropologist, H.G. King. What has H.G. King filled the last 2 months with?
Well, he spent a lot of time going over the notes and trying to analyze the data that was recovered from the last encounter, as well as updating his kit, basically, to have a little bit more first aid stuff in it. So he's updated his first aid abilities since last time got a little bit hairy.
Yes, most definitely, I think. And with that, and with the Louis bot deciding he wants to just screw around and do nothing, I'm just going to reset him. Yeah.
I can hear him. I can hear him.
We can, but
he keeps cutting in and out.
I'm going to reset him. I'm going to reset him and give him one more chance.
Just have somebody sitting in the background making spooky music noises.
Alright, so Dale.
Yep.
I have $1,800. Is it possible for me to buy a Desert Eagle?
Yes, you can buy a Desert Eagle.
Jesus.
Go ahead.
Excellent.
Add it to your character sheet. Subtract the cash.
Good God.
And with that, we will begin.
Before we begin, is it possible to have bought a first aid kit, like a proper one?
Yes. If you would like to purchase a field first aid kit, there are 2 varieties. There's a standard portable first aid kit, which will provide you with 1 use of it, and you can get that for $100. Alternatively, you may purchase a field triage kit of the like used in the military, used in combat zones. This will give you 3 uses, and it shall cost you $500.
Well, H.G. King's not one to do things by half measures, so he probably would have gone all out to. So the triage one's able to be carried around, sort of thing.
Yes, and you get 5 uses out. You get 3 uses out of it rather than just 1 before it runs out. So. Yeah,
so he would have gone with one of those.
Yeah, very well. So add that to your character sheet and subtract your money.
Yeah.
And we shall begin tonight's story.
Oh, one more thing, sorry.
Yep,
Bill.
yes.
Sorry, I just realized. With a credit rating of 40, what would my cash have been before adding the 1,000 for the sign?
Have a look at the credit rating table in Call of Cthulhu rules, and it will
your cash
explain that for
40 months to get 10.
Well, he's a doctor.
Job, sorry.
Yep.
That just didn't call Cthulhu.
I can't find body armor in the
I will tell you how much body armor is. What type of body armor are you looking for?
Well, what type of body armor have we got in the 90s? So
Kevlar? You can wear a Kevlar vest that fits under your suit. This is not the best option, but it will help, and that will cost you $500. Otherwise, there is a full tactical vest used by SWAT or special operators. That one might draw some looks if you walk around in it, but is the best type of armor you can get, and it will cost you $1,500.
I can only afford the Kevlar.
Alright, so you wear this.
How much was that again?
So that's 500, and it has an armor rating of 2. So very well. It is November 12th, 1998. At Kitty, it would be cheaper to get 3 $100 kits. It's just that mechanically in the game, those 3 $100 kits will only be able to be used like one every day. So the $500 kit gets you 3 uses over, the course of a day when normally you wouldn't be able to. So we open on Stanley's tech lab, which he affectionately calls his dungeon, as he's lazily browsing the internet with his mouse in one hand, trawling a series of bank statements and IP addresses, trying to track an instance of cybercrime. And on the desk next to him lies his Nintendo Game Boy, currently playing the Pokemon Gym Leader battle music. Dun, 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 as in between snatches of loading up different documents, he is currently attempting to brute force his way through Misty's gym. Stanley, as you perform this work, you suddenly hear your phone's message tone. You grab your phone, and right there on your phone's screen, there is a blinking message icon indicating you have one new text message. It is from a blocked number, but the icon has a little picture of a green triangle blinking next to it. And you instantly know what this symbol means. And so, do you summon the rest of the group down to your dungeon?
Time to summon the rest of the players.
And how do you summon them?
Crew team, assemble!
How did I know you were gonna do that?
You know me, bitch.
Yep. So you basically call up, knock, send emails with voice attachments to everyone else. Say, crew team, assemble! And within 10 to 15 minutes, the rest of your colleagues slowly shuffle down into your small basement office, their faces almost pale and lifeless under the dim glow of the lone fluorescent light bulb that lights your windowless haunt. Does anyone have anything to say as Stanley holds up his phone and shows you the small blinking green triangle on the screen?
What do we got here, Stanley?
Call to arms, Mr. Action Man.
Here we go again.
You press the button on your phone and open up the message. It reads thus: Dear Mr. Baird, you and your friends are cordially invited to a night at the opera. Your tickets have been paid for and may be collected at the following coordinates. Sincerely, Miss Green. What follows is a list of numbers which you quickly determine to be a set of coordinates, which, according to a quick Google search on your computer, appear to be leading to a post office box on the corner of a city block, about half an hour's drive from the FBI branch office on the edge of downtown Phoenix.
Ready?
That's right, no one has drive.
Yeah, you don't need drive to
Yeah.
get there. You've got the coordinates. You should be fine. But
Okay.
so, having been called into action, is there anything you would like to do? Anything you'd like to collect before you leave? You will have a chance to come back to FBI headquarters. You're just collecting your tickets, so to speak, but, you're adult green agents now, and it may pay to be prepared.
Knox never leaves anywhere without his teddy bear.
Yeah.
That
Grabs
just sounds really
all of
weird.
his new gadgets that he got.
Just just admiring the new Desert Eagle I've got. Yeah, this will do just nice.
Very
It's
well.
like mace spray, tasers, and a Glock.
Very well.
He spent a lot of his
So,
money on stuff.
he sure did. He's preparing. He's taking that adage seriously. And so, you gather all your supplies, and then you head down into the parking garage, following along Agent Smolder, who checks out his regular FBI car, and begins to drive to the location, taking his usual spot in the driver's seat. Where do you all sit? Assume Stanley's sitting in the back so he could get some Pokemon in.
Absolutely goes without saying.
Krillin's sitting in the back so he can look over his shoulder again.
Very well.
So just look over him going, you know, if with all the money you got for that thing, instead of buying gadgets, you probably could have just bought your own, you know?
And so, Nox Smolder, you turn the key in the ignition, the engine roars to life, and you slowly drive out of the FBI parking lot, out onto the streets of sun-bleached Phoenix, Arizona. Even now, in the late autumn, the midday sun beats down, heat waves rising off the asphalt, and the sky above, an ever-present shade of harsh, almost purpley blue. Summer never seems to end here. And so, Nox Smolder, as you have the coordinates for the place you have to go to, I'd like you to make a drive check with advantage.
Oh, I think I can attempt to do that. Now, what's the base for that?
It'd be 20%.
Ooh, that's a 70.
Huh?
And that's a 32. We
How
ain't
do
going
we-
nowhere.
How do we
That's
San
okay.
Francisco?
That's okay. You do eventually get there, but the street layout of downtown Phoenix can be confusing at the best of times, and today you're trying to beat the clock and get to this city block before the post office closes. As you drive, one of you decides to reach over and turn on the radio. And as the radio bursts to life, the static soon fades away into the late afternoon news report. And for those just joining us, we are receiving updates on the violent tragedy which occurred in Alliance, New Jersey, yesterday afternoon. That is, where Columbia University mathematics student Michael Way entered the home of a family of 4, the Ridgway family, at approximately 2:30 yesterday afternoon, and gunned down all the inhabitants inside. Of course, if you caught the reports yesterday, you will know what a ghastly and tragic event this was, as it seems the perpetrator executed 3 members of the family right there in their own home, before chasing the 4th and final victim, 18-year-old Michael Ridgway, out onto Highway 6 and shooting him in the back in front of eyewitnesses and passers-by. Before police arrived, Way reportedly spray-painted a sequence of numbers on the pavement as witnesses understandably kept their distance. He then turned his weapon to himself. When the police arrived, they had an interstate murder-suicide with several victims and no apparent connection between the victims and the assailant to solve. Police have announced that they have had several leads since yesterday and have since escalated the case both to the New Jersey State Police and to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, as lines of jurisdiction become blurred. However, they have not yet released to the public the contents of the sequence of numbers or message the perpetrator spray painted at the scene, or any of the details relating to the crime scene itself. As more details emerge, we will keep you posted. Once again, I am Vincent McGallagher with News 104.3, and the weather is up next. Having heard this ghastly news, you reach over and you turn the knob, changing to a local radio station. Soft classic rock begins to emanate in the car as you finally.
Hey, nice. I was gonna say, Stanley sort of looks over, looks at everyone else, go, all right, calling it now. I got a case of donuts that says that this is what we're dealing with. Come on,
Indeed, you actually all remember hearing about this case yesterday. You were busy at the time, didn't have a lot of time to fully immerse yourself in the particulars of the case, but it was certainly something that was big news and continues to be big news today. While these types of shootings are not exactly uncommon in that part of New Jersey, in a small rural town, completely unprovoked, in a private residence no less, these types of situations are out of the ordinary. And so you find yourself pulling up in front of the post office that was indicated by the coordinates. The post office has just closed for a late afternoon lunch break. And so, as you climb out and your feet touch the sun-bleached pavement, and you make your way over to the post office box indicated in Stanley's message, you find that you have no way to open it, except through perhaps more unofficial means. How would you like to go about opening this post office box?
So, what time is it again? Late afternoon, was it?
Late afternoon, about 3:30. Post office has decided to close up early. This particular city block is on the edge of downtown, and it's quite a dirty, run-down looking street, and it's the kind of place that doesn't seem to get a lot of business, and so it's the type of place where they can sometimes get away with closing a couple hours early.
Can I do a spot hidden to see if there are any cameras around?
Yes, I'd like you to make a spot hidden check, please.
What's your spot hidden at?
30.
I can do one as well, because I got 50 for mine.
Yeah, 50 as well.
And
Alright,
that's a half pass. That's a 25 exactly.
Why are you coming out really quiet?
I can hear
Sorry,
him.
is this better?
I could hear him anyway, but...
yeah, I could still hear you. You just have
Alright, I just moved the microwave because I was grabbing a drink as I was setting up for this.
As you step into the small alleyway separating the parking lot from the building behind the post office into the area where most of the brick wall is taken up by the post office boxes, you do notice one rather cheap-looking security camera attached to the wall, rather haphazardly I might add, looking down at the post office boxes. I'd like you to make a luck check, though.
Me or everyone?
Just you. Whoever spotted the camera.
Okay, that will be
that would be me then.
Go ahead and do it then, Stanley.
Okay, luck check. Let's have a look, see. Where's me look at? Okay. Ooh, can I? Wait, I can't.
You can't. You can push a luck check. Yes, you just can't push a sand check.
Would you believe me if I said my luck's at 53 and I rolled a 53?
Okay, so you look at the camera, and despite it
Is that
looking...
a pass?
Like, is it a pass if it's dead on?
Yeah, if it's dead on, it's a pass. It's
Okay.
just a pass.
Yeah.
Possibly the worst pass you can get, but in this
Yeah.
case, it's enough. And you look at the camera, and you
Take it.
notice that someone has placed a cross of black masking tape over the lens, and on the side of the
brilliant.
camera, someone has written in permanent marker, out of order.
Oh, brilliant.
It
Alright,
appears
what is
in this
everyone's
rundown
watch list?
part of town, someone has taken offense to being watched to check their mail and threw a blunt object at the camera at some point.
Freaking amateurs.
What is everyone's looks list?
I got 30 for mine.
I got
What?
1.
I have
I'm
one.
happy to try. I got a 1.
Yeah, we got this, don't we?
So you're saying I should have the
I've got 30 as well.
Can I, before you do that, can I just do a spot hidden to see if there's any like keys or anything left around in an inconspicuous spot?
Sure, go ahead.
What is 000?
That's
That's a
100.
That's a
That's the worst I could
Yeah,
get.
that's a
bad.
critical
Yeah.
fail. Normally
That's
that
just
would
a
be
good
bad, but in this context, it just means that no, there are no.
There's definitely no
pairs.
keys
Yeah.
anywhere.
No.
That's just
Okay.
unfair.
At least I've got that out of the way now.
Yeah, we've all.
So who would
We
like
are.
to pick into a mailbox and commit a
I
federal
will
crime?
try to
here?
pick the lock.
Very well, go ahead, make a locksmith check.
And that is a 25, which is just a pass.
Lovely. You pull out your lockpicks, lean over the indicated post office box, and just above the number, you notice someone has scrawled a small green triangle. You insert
Oh,
your
go.
lockpick, and after jiggling it around for a few moments, you hear a click, and the plastic door of the post office box springs open. Inside is a small yellow envelope. Do you take the envelope?
I would.
You take the envelope and you cut it open. The first thing that drops out is a folded piece of paper. You unfold it and hold it out so that everyone may read the contents.
Gather round, children.
And I will bring this up as a handout. It's a briefing. Directive from ASAL. Operation Dum Dum. You are to investigate the murders of Malcolm Ridgway, 44, Dinar Ridgway, 43, Michael Ridgway, 18, Clark Ridgway, 16, Dean Ridgway, 14, Mary Ridgway, 13, Alice Ridgway, 12, and Claire Ridgway, 10, in Alliance, New Jersey. Murderer is Michael Way, 26, deceased. Way is a mathematical student at Columbia University, New York. Way inscribed a series of numbers at the scene which are known to possess dangerous paranormal properties. Your mission instructions are to determine if Way distributed the number in any manner besides the crime scene, such as phone, fax, or email, locate Way's notes and work on the number, destroy it. If possible, destroy the number inscription at the scene and all photographic evidence of it in the hands of authorities. Locate any exposed to the number with mathematical experience and report them to ASAL. Link Way romantically to Dinar Ridgway, fake whatever documents necessary to make an affair between the two seem likely, and once protocols are complete, contact ASAL for further instructions. Possible friendly contacts, Trooper Thomas Blannett of the New Jersey State Patrol. Included in the envelope are 4 airline tickets for the 4:30 plane from Phoenix to Albany, from Phoenix to New Jersey. One in each of your names.
I take my
Alright. Yep.
We're going on a bit of a plane trip.
Stanley, having with
Yep.
with your prediction having come true, do you have any gloating to make?
Looking going, well, I hope there's a decent Dunkin' Donuts between here and the airport, boys.
Lovely. And with that, you climb back into the car. and make your way to the airport to catch the 4:30 plane to Trenton, New Jersey. On the way, you decide to quickly stop in at the Dunkin' Donuts, which coincidentally is across the road from FBI headquarters. And while you're there, you decide to check into the FBI headquarters and gather up any last supplies that you might need.
Donuts. Is there anything they can't do?
As you finish,
Oh, my cholesterol.
as you finish gathering up your supplies, and you're about to head back down into the garage to leave once again. You were intercepted in the hallway by Patrick, the senior agent in charge. He stands in front of you, blocking the hallway, his arms crossed, his face red, and a look on his face suggesting he's none too pleased. He looks over each of you, and he says, "Hell, orders just come through from the top. Apparently the four of you been assigned to this Ridgeway case down in New Jersey. First I heard of it. You mind explaining what's going on?"
I believe it's an.
Let's just.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll let you handle this one.
Okay. I believe it's on a need-to-know basis.
He looks at you, he frowns, he says, "Need-to-know basis." He says, "Since when are agents from the Arizona branch office gonna have anything to do with an investigation in New Jersey? I could tell that something's going on here that I'm not privy to, and I don't appreciate my agents being poached under my nose." He looks at you, takes a breath, and he says, "So, if there's anything you'd like to tell me about what's been going on, maybe anything about any agents from other branches or agencies that may be pulling strings behind my back, maybe I'll go a bit easy on you when you return, if you help me out."
I don't think it would be a good idea to tell.
Just say, I was just gonna say, as far as we know, these people work outside the government, so it would probably make more sense to just go, well, I'm sure if anyone inside our organization is involved in this, we'll be sure to let you know as soon as possible. Not lie.
Okay, I would like you to please make a fast talk check.
I wish I hadn't have said that. No, I shit you not, because I don't have fast talk, so this needs to be a 5 or under.
I have fast talk.
Well,
I was more making it as a suggestion. Why doesn't Action Man say it then?
Well, Agent Smolder, do you have law?
I do. I have law and fast talk.
And what percentage is your law at?
30.
30. Okay, so you can attempt to just basically follow up what Stanley's saying and pull some completely bullshit reason out of your ass. Try to say, you know, make something up about how you're being contracted out and you don't know anything about it. You know about as much about it as him, and you just got the call yourself with a fast talk check, or you might attempt a law check with advantage to explain how sometimes other branch officers may call in special assistance when there is no agent in their office with the necessary skills that an investigation may require.
We could do that. You mean I get to bullshit? I get to pull a Dan Cooper?
You may go ahead. It's entirely up to you.
No, I believe you're... Yeah, just get on with it.
Oh no, did I upset this? Shit, I just had something. No.
You're probably going to make fun of me, and all I can say is I'm not taking any of this crap from the next Dan Cooper. Thank you very much.
Oh, those fighter ones, buddy.
So how would you like to explain this away? Because your boss is not happy that his agents have been reassigned to a case on the other side of the country.
Well, I was thinking of something to say, but then M2 was going, oh no, you're just going to insult me. No, I was thinking of something to say.
Well, go ahead and
with it.
do a law check with advantage.
Yeah, just do the law check. It said 23.
Lovely.
Let's, for shits and giggles, we'll see what we can get. Okay,
Fast
yeah,
talk? Yep.
no.
So-
No.
You sigh and you just say, look, small place in New Jersey, their branch office is even smaller than ours. You really think they've got enough agents down there to handle a case like this? And Patrick thinks for a moment, and then he shrugs, and he brushes his hand through the air, and he says, look, I don't like it. I don't like people going behind my back, but I guess that makes sense. Well, I got a feeling something fishy's going on, so you keep your noses in the air and keep your eyes peeled. And anything untoward happens, I'd appreciate you keep me in the loop.
We'll do what we can, Chief.
He narrows his eyes and then points at his left eye and at you. He's watching you. And then he walks past you down the corridor, allowing you to finish your journey to the garage. Quickly make your way to the airport, managing to arrive just before 4:30 with about 10 minutes to spare. You quickly rush through the airport terminal, directed to gate 3, and flashing your badges are able to get your weaponry through customs. The clerk stamps all of your tickets, and as the clock ticks over to 4:29, you are quickly ushered out onto the tarmac, driven to the plane in a baggage handler's buggy. And just as one of the crew members is about to give the all clear signal for the plane to take flight, you are ushered up the stairs into the plane and given seats at the very back. You've made it just in time. The crew gives the all clear, the safety demonstration begins, and with a jolt, the airline takes to the skies. For the next 4 hours, you are completely cut off from the world. You cannot use your phones. This is not the age of Wi-Fi, and there's no TV to watch on the plane.
I know I'm gonna regret saying this, but did we go through the X-ray check and whatnot?
You should probably flash badges to skip all that.
Yeah, you flashed your badges to basically get fast-tracked through customs and have your weapons brought on board.
Okay.
By the time, unbeknownst to you, down below, by the time you were in the air from Phoenix Airport, the story of Way's murder of the Ridgway family has become national news. And as you spend these 4 hours cut off from the world, reporters descend on Alliance, New Jersey in droves. The story is filled with all the hooks that will make viewers tune in by the millions. Insanity, murder, slain innocents, and a confusing backstory which may never be understood. As you fly across the continent, camera crews are already camping out at every meaningful place in Way's life, or the life of the Ridgways. You are jolted once again as the plane touches down on the tarmac at an airport in Trenton. Just before 7:50 p.m. as the last orange rays of sunlight slowly begin to fade away over the horizon. You line up with the rest of the passengers and slowly make your way across the fuselage of the plane, descending down the staircase onto the shadowy tarmac below. And as you begin to walk towards the airport terminal, following all of your fellow passengers. I'd like you all to make spot hidden checks, please.
Certainly. May I push that?
Go ahead.
That's an 85.
I'm going to push it as well.
Nope.
What you didn't
Push
have to
mine.
write. That is a pass.
Fuck my
me.
dice.
That is a... Oh crap, is that a hard or a critical? It's a bit close either way. Nope, that's gonna be a hard pass. Almost a critical.
I failed.
You failed.
I passed mine.
As you walk across the tarmac, you notice a group of people stepping out from the shadow of the terminal and walking in your direction. A man dressed in a rather gaudy-looking business suit, with a microphone clad in his right hand. Behind him, a cameraman and another crew member wearing headphones and carrying with him various additional microphones and other pieces of gadgetry. A TV crew is making a beeline in your direction. What would you like to do?
Krillin
Guess
just
we don't
shrinks
want-
away.
No,
Just say, yeah, I'm not interested. I honestly do not look professional at all. I'm basically sitting here wearing flannel shirt. I've got a Bart Simpson t-shirt underneath it. I don't look like I'm that important, so I'm going to continue not looking important.
Yeah.
Yep.
Best to stay undercover.
Probably going to go for the real agent type looking guy instead.
The TV crew does seem to have eyeballed you, but if they're far enough away that if you're quick enough, you might be able to blend into the crowd and bypass them. Otherwise, you have a few seconds to think of a good cover story for whatever questions they might ask you.
Krillin tries to get away.
Very well. I would
Yeah,
like.
I'm just going to blend in the crowd. Sorry.
the same.
All right.
As best as I can.
I would like HG King, Krillin, and Stanley to please make hard stealth checks.
Oh God! What?
Yeah, nope.
I suppose I could just come up with that cover story now, could I?
Well,
It's
we
a bit
will
late now.
see.
It doesn't matter.
you all hurry up to try to catch up to the crowd and blend in, and as you reach the crowd and begin to push your way in, this seems to make you more conspicuous as the crowd, noticing the FBI badge pinned on Agent Smolder's breast lapel, begin to disperse to let you through, meaning that you now stand out even more to the TV crew, who continue their fast walk towards you. So out of you all, what is your appearance stats?
70.
50.
45.
I'm a
50.
handsome motherfucker.
Alright.
I am.
You are almost at the terminal, but you were cut off by the TV crew. Suddenly, the reporter, a Latino man, with the looks of a classically handsome, aging 1950s movie star, thrusts his microphone in Agent Smolder's face, smiles, and loudly introduces himself. Enrico Save, Phenomenex, East Coast.
Oh my god, please tell me I heard that right. His name is Rigo Suave.
Enrico Suave, that is his name.
That is fucking amazing.
Phenomenex.
I love it.
Phenomenex East Coast. We're currently investigating the Ridgeway massacre. As you are no doubt aware, the police are quite tight-lipped with facts. Is it a cover-up being orchestrated by the government? You, federal agents, have just been flown in. Clearly, the situation is out of control. What do you have to say for yourself?
I assume he's talking to me.
He is. You're the one he's decided to
Join.
latch onto because you have the highest appearance.
Fucking parasites.
Don't say that.
In the background going, you're a fucking idiot.
It's the inner monologue.
Sure it is.
Right, let's all go back to the scene with from the boys. Fucking dickheads.
So, what would you like to say to me?
Shit. I know nothing about a cover-up. We're here on I implore you. We're here on a completely different matter.
I'd like you to make a fast talk check, please, at disadvantage.
That I can. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh, can I push that?
You can.
Ooh. Oh, can I spend 1 luck point to make that a hard pass? Was it just a pass or hard pass?
Just a normal pass, but you're doing it with
Okay.
disadvantage.
Can I spend 1 luck?
Yes, you can.
Awesome.
He looks at you, frowning, and then he gestures to his cameraman, who steps in, separating you from the rest of the group as he pokes his camera right in your face to get a good look at you. And Enrico flourishes his moustache in his finger, and he says, "Federal agents coming to the scene of a rather out of the ordinary crime such as this on a completely separate matter. Well, who am I to question whether the government keeps secrets from the people?" He clears his...
Got him with my stun gun for assaulting a guy agent.
Why?
No, I don't want to.
You don't want to?
I don't want to.
He clears his
I thought it
throat.
would be really funny, but I don't want to.
He clears his throat as you dodge past the cameraman and continue walking towards the terminal. Yep.
What news agency? What
He-
news team is he part
He introduced himself as being with Phenomen X, so I would like you to make an intelligence check, please. Or if you have a cult, I'll just tell you. Do you have a cult?
of? Yes, I do have a cult.
So you sigh inwardly because Phenomen X are the last people you want to be here. They're a late night cable show that surprisingly has a lot of influence that focuses almost entirely on news and stories that could be seen to have a supernatural bent. You know, aliens, ghosts, government conspiracies, and the like.
Would I know anything about those guys?
If you've got a cult, you would as well.
Yay.
I don't have a cult, but I imagine my guy probably watched that stupid shit.
Oh yeah, you probably watched it. Yep. So you hear the name and you realise, oh, that's that show.
It's these fucking wackos again.
Do I have a number in my cell phone for a direct link to Delta Green?
Stanley does.
Yeah, you gonna be borrowing it?
Stanley, do you mind if I borrow your cellular device for a second?
Yeah, I mean, sure, whatever, man.
As you do this, Suave smiles and his cameraman continues recording everything.
Maybe wait till we're out of earshot from the press, thank you.
Alright, who wants to distract them for me?
I have a stun gun. I can cause a distraction.
Must you, though?
Him instead. That doesn't do damage. It just stuns him.
I just want to see how you're going to explain stunning a member of the press in any facility.
So this is a late night show
They're just whack jobs.
they're from, right? So they're
Yes.
late night shows. I would assume that not a lot of people would watch them.
Well, they're basically
In this airport.
Yeah, in this airport, it's unlikely anyone would be watching. However,
So-
you do know that their show is surprisingly popular amongst a certain set of people who watch late night TV.
So, with the people in this airport having heard how he's talking and, crazy man trying to get conspiracy theories confirmed, would they have stopped paying attention?
Make a luck check.
Oh dear.
Christ! I just rolled an 81. My dice are set to 80.
Dear God.
So most of the people have just continued walking onto the terminal. About a third of them have decided to linger and are sort of gathering around, intrigued by the situation, as Enrico Suave thrusts his microphone once again in Agent Smolder's face and says, we've received a couple of anonymous tips that the number that was spray painted at the scene may have paranormal significance. What do you have to say to this, Special Agent?
God damn it, now my plan's gone out the window.
Sorry.
Alright, but
I mean, I can still mace him if you want.
now I have to think of something. Because my original plan was for someone distract him and I slip away, call Delta Green and get them to give them the names and locate them soon after and destroy the tapes.
I can do that. Just have to wait till they're out of earshot.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. If we could get a good enough distraction so I can slip away.
Well, my plan was if everyone had looked away, I was just gonna mace him.
Yeah, but no, they're gathering around, so you've got to defuse.
They're looking, so...
You can just ignore it. You can just ignore him if you like. You don't have to answer his questions, but keep in mind that he's going to continue rolling as he walks along beside you. And
could I use like an anthropology or a science roll to sort of just get on a random scientific tangent as a distraction?
Confuse him with techno jargon. Go ahead, make it.
Just
make an anthropology check, please.
Anthropology?
Yep.
With a name as Enrico, would he learn Latin?
Maybe, you don't know.
Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Oh, that is much better. That is a 20, which is a hard pass.
So from an anthropological context, you know that numbers have often held significance in a number of cultures and religions, and you can list off like 10 or 20 examples, most of which you know are completely unrelated to this case, but would probably, distract him enough that you'd be able to get to the terminal and give him the slip once you get in there, basically without giving him any information of substance. And so as he walks alongside you, you clear your throat and you tell him this, and you start listing off examples about how the number 7 is innately lucky in a number of cultures, how the number 13 is shunned and feared in many superstitions, how the 666, the number of the beast, 777, numbers of religious significance, and he smiles and continues nodding, and his cameraman focuses on you as you list off all of these irrelevant examples. And then finally, you enter the bright lights of the terminal gate and are able to give Enrico and his crew the slip as you disperse into the bustling crowd inside the airport terminal. You make your way through the crowd. You check in.
Definitely make that phone call now.
Yes, if you'd like to make the phone call now, you may. As you make your way through customs once again, flash your badges to get your weapon reapproved. As your tickets are taken, stamped, and you're listed on the record as having arrived at the destination and having come from Phoenix, Arizona. And as you step out in the airport lobby, is there anything you would like to do?
Well, first I would still like to call...
Call Miss Green?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Please do.
I'd like you to make a stealth check, please, to find a place that seems out of earshot.
Oh, hallelujah! I don't have stealth, but that was a 10.
You look around and you see a fast food restaurant that's in the process of closing down as it's getting steadily darker outside. You walk over and take a seat at one of the empty tables and pull out your phone and dial the number that Stanley gives you. Hold it to your ear and it rings through once, twice, 3 times, and then there's a click, and on the other end there is simply silence. What do you say?
Small to hear. Is this Miss Green?
A female voice says, "Yes, report."
Yes, we've just landed in Arizona.
In Trenton, New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Yes.
We just landed in New Jersey, and we've got a bit of a thorn in our side, and we were hoping we could get some agents to take care of them.
She
Well,
says,
not take care of them, but
she says, "Press? You mean?"
the guy's name's Rigo Suave, and he's the host of some wacko paranormal show.
She says, "Affirmative. We've had run-ins before. You're the only cell scrambled in that area at the moment. We could scramble another, but it would take at least a day."
We just don't want our faces or anything appeared on air. We haven't said anything, so don't worry about that.
She says, as long as he doesn't get a whiff of the real story, it should be fine. But if you would like me to scramble another cell, just in case, I can send the word on up to A cell.
Well, I think it would just be an idea in case we encounter them again and they get a whiff of something.
She says, "Very well. Remember standard protocol. Don't blow your cover. You are FBI agents investigating a murder, nothing more." And with that, she hangs up, the phone clicking back to silence.
Good.
Suddenly,
Back to the others.
as you get back to the others, you hear someone calling out, "Hey! Over here!" You turn, and you see a man wearing a police uniform, looking in your direction, waving over at you and beckoning for you to come and join him at the front entrance to the airport lobby.
Okay, I approach him, but don't make it too obvious to other people that I'm approaching him, and just sort of stand like maybe 5 feet away from him.
Do the rest of you follow? Do the same thing?
Well, he's calling us over.
All right.
And Krillin's not real world traveled, so he's just going to go over and say hi.
The man looks at you, and then, without acknowledging you, he turns around facing his back towards you, and then he says, "You with the group?"
Are you Thomas Blanet?
He says, "Trooper Blanet, that's right. You with the group?"
Yes, we're with the group. It's not safe to talk here.
He nods. He says, "I know. Follow me." And he begins to lead you out of the airport into the parking lot outside, covered in a thick blanket of purpley shadow from the setting sun above. He quickly leads you across the parking lot and to an SUV emblazoned with the logo of the New Jersey State Police. He pulls a key out of his pocket, unlocks the back door and the passenger door, and then gestures for you to enter the car.
Before I get in, I ask him if I can see his badge and just explain things lately have just been a bit too weird, and I'd just rather see things with my own eyes.
He looks at you. He says, "First night at the opera, huh?"
Yes.
It was a bit like that.
He smiles. He says, "Paranoia. Never a bad thing when you're working with the group." He shows you his badge and ID. I'd like you to make a law check, please.
That is a hard pass.
Yeah, it's genuine. He is who he says he is. This is Trooper Thomas Planet of the New Jersey State Patrol.
Awesome. Sorry about that, Trooper. You can never be too careful.
He just nods and says, "Take a seat," and then opens the driver's side door, climbs into the SUV.
Before Krillin gets in,
Yep.
before he goes, "What's your drive auto skill?"
He just looks at you.
Instead of a fourth wall breaking.
Yeah. He just looks at you and he says, "First night on the opera and they're already ready to be phased out, huh? He says, times must be hard for the group these days." He quickly starts the engine, reverses out of the parking lot, and before you know it, he's driving along the highway leading out of Trenton, driving past a sign on the side of the road that reads Alliance 10 miles. And as the last of the sunlight dissipates, you simply find yourselves in his car driving through the blackness along the highway. Nothing but the twisted shadows of trees rolling past outside. He clears his throat. He says, "So, you're here on the Ridgeway thing, right?"
That's correct.
He says, "Group's already let me know you'd be coming in. Your cover is that you're contractors from Washington, D.C., main FBI headquarters. You're part of the cryptology, part of the cryptology unit. You know, math geeks."
I just look back at Sam and going, "Oh, this is up your alley, isn't it?"
I have to play the big dumb silent guy and just keep your mouth shut.
He says, "As far as everyone else knows, that's your angle on this investigation. You're here to figure out what the numbers mean, and figure out if they were a threat or message from the shooter. Maybe a hint that he may have left of any terroristic action or manifesto or anything." Narrows his eyes and says, "Of course, we all know that there's more to it than that, but for the normies there conducting the investigation, that's your cover story." He says, "Right, so, crime scene," probably looks over at, takes his hand off the steering wheel, looks at a wallet on his wrist. He says, looks at a watch on his wrist. He says, "Probably too late in the day to check out the crime scene." He says, "So I can take you one or two places. This town, Alliance, it's not very big, but they got a small motel, the Super 6. Couple of rooms rented out by the state police for members of the investigation. Can take you there, you can regroup, get a good night's sleep. On the other hand, state police headquarters has been turned into an FBI outpost for the investigators to store and analyze all their evidence. If you'd like, I can take you there. You can have a quick look at everything we've gathered so far. Entirely up to you."
I mean, we did our best work last time at night.
Yes, you did.
We did. Alright, I'll let the eggheads go on this one.
So so you're gonna go with the eggheads and get him to take you to the state police outpost?
Yes.
Sorry, what time was it?
By this point, it's about 20 past 8. So you can have him take you to the motel, where there will be other members of the investigation. Maybe talk to them, get to know what they think, regroup it, prepare for an investigation fresh in the morning, or you could take this opportunity to visit the outpost when most of the normal investigators have probably retired for the night already, and you'll have some time on your own with any evidence that's been gathered. It's entirely up to you.
Probably best to try and go and do a little bit of investigating now so that we can look at the more paranormal stuff without people looking over our shoulders.
Yes.
Makes sense. Get the drop on him now.
Agree.
That's definitely a good idea. You tell him you'd like to check out the evidence. He says, yeah, most of the feds will have headed back to the motel to get their beauty sleep. He winks. He says, tell you what, since there's not going to be anyone breathing down my neck, I'll let you at it. What do you say? And then, as you steer into Alliance, he begins to drive you in the direction of the temporary outpost. Alliance, New Jersey is nothing more than 2 strips of restaurants, gas stations, and some shops, surrounded by sparse lots that were once farms. There are 2 buildings on either edge of town. One of them is a motel attached to a strip mall, the Super 6. The other is a local police station, which has been repurposed by the state police as a temporary headquarters for the investigation. As he pulls the SUV into the parking lot, he shows his badge to a guard sitting in a small gatehouse at the entrance to the parking lot, who nods and presses a button, opening the gate and allowing you in. He parks in a parking space just in front of the building. A small white portable construction with walls and roof primarily made out of reinforced corrugated iron, dinky little dusty windows and wooden doors finishing off the facade. You climb out of the SUV and Trooper Blanet leads you inside. Leads you through the empty reception area, through a deserted staff room and kitchenette, and into the main investigation area, where there are reams of paper, bundles of evidence, photographs, and computers groaning across a series of desks and temporary fold-out tables. He looks at you, winks, gestures towards the piles of only half-catalogued evidence, and says, knock yourselves out.
Just die off the computers and go, sounds like a plan to me.
And so, I would like you all to make a library use check to start looking through this evidence.
Oh, Archie.
Yes, I do have me some library use.
That is a 47,
Oh.
which is
I
a
got a pass.
fail for me.
I got a hard pass.
Hard
I would
pass.
like to use 2 luck to pass, please.
Lovely, so altogether, that's a group pass. Okay, so you spend about an hour. You plonk yourselves down on the temporary seats, begin sifting through all this compiled evidence. And it doesn't appear as if the crime scene's been fully processed, as there's a severe lack of forensic evidence. This all appears to just be pretty basic stuff taken in the preliminary stages of the investigation, but there's still quite a lot to look at. First of all, you find an incident report of the massacre itself. Secondly, a series of photographs of the crime scene and the number that was scrawled on the sidewalk. And third of all, a collection of the perpetrator's hard drives and other computer equipment. Which were presumably taken from his residence, which you would assume to be the dorm at Columbia University.
Interesting.
Is there any, forensics or biological stuff
Um,
that I could look at?
There's some preliminary blood spatter analysis and some very, very preliminary ballistics report, enough to tell you about how the victims were executed, time frames, how they were shot, where they were shot, etc., etc.
What did you say they had computer-wise?
A collection of hard drives and diskettes that were presumably taken from the perpetrator's residence.
Well, pull out my computer and have a look-see at them.
Start looking at them. Very, very well. Okay, what would the rest of you like to do?
I would like to take a look at the preliminary blood splatter, I guess.
Yep.
And
Well,
gunshots and stuff.
Yep. And well, so HG King perhaps can do a forensics check on that, and you can do a biology check.
That'll
Try to
work.
glean different things. What would you like to do, Agent Smolder?
Oh, Jesus Christ, that was loud. That actually kind of frightened me. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll try to remember to mute my mic when I'm rolling my dice.
Get yourself a dice tray, man. So good. I'm not really sure what I can do. I'm just having a look at my skills, and everyone's busy. I'm just action man.
All right. So, Stanley, how did you go on your computer use check?
Check.
Yep. To look through the
Is
hard
a
drives.
14, which
Lovely.
is for me is it's just on a critical pass, so for like a 73 in computer use.
So you plug in, you sit down in the corner, set up your thick grey Casio laptop, and pull out a bulky cable that connects the hard drives to your laptop. This is the 90s, so the cable takes up this. It unfurls into a spindle that takes up most of the space you're sitting in. And you slowly begin to analyze the hard drives. You notice that a couple of them are encrypted, but this is no problem for you. Easily bypass the security. For the most part, it appears to be a rather standard database that you would expect a college student to have. Half-finished and past thesis papers, academic research, class schedules, things like that. The only thing of note that you can find is a folder filled with what appears to be archived emails. You quickly crack the encryption on that and you sort through the emails, and you notice one of them in particular that catches your attention. And bring it up as a handout. It is from J. Croft at FBI.gov to Wayne Michael 1 at Columbia.edu. Subject, Claudan's equation. Dear Mr. Way, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Justin Croft, Special Agent in charge of the National Cybercrimes Unit as part of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, New York City branch office. Your talent with cryptography and encryption has earned you something of a reputation in certain communities. It is my hope that I may convince you to take some time away from your current thesis on quantum number strings in order to assist us with an ongoing investigation. The files I have attached to this email concern a series of mathematical equations that were recently used as part of an encrypted assault on several government databases in Washington, D.C. We were able to identify these numbers as part of a sequence known as Claudan's equation, first discovered by Belgian mathematician Fascist Claudan in 1551. Please find a translated copy of his work, Libre Plures Admiratio, attached to this message, with our hopes that you may provide additional context on this sequence of numbers, which our sadly understaffed cryptography unit sorely lacks. Any help you could provide would be greatly appreciated. And if I may say so myself, it's my belief that gratitude from the Federal Bureau of Investigation would be a wonderful endorsement to any prospective employers you may encounter in the future. Best wishes, Justin Croft, Special Agent, National Cybercrimes Unit, Federal Bureau of Investigation.
So the Feds got their hands on something they shouldn't have, and our Mr. Wee clearly bit off more than he could chew.
The email database suggests that Wei did reply to this, and it's merely one in a string of emails, but out of all these hard drives, you cannot find any of the follow-up emails, suggesting that they are archived somewhere else, perhaps on a device that has not yet been recovered. So you have two things you could immediately do here. If you have occult or history, you may attempt to see what you know about this fascist Clauden character. Otherwise, if you would like to trace that email address, jcroft@fbi.gov, that would be a hard computer use check.
I have to get the computer used because I do not have history or occult. So here's hoping I've got good fingers with that keyboard. You said hard, right?
Yes.
Okay, we'll push that then. And that's 26, so that's a hard pass. Thank you very much for the push.
You extract the IP address from this email and run a couple of internet searches. It takes about an hour to see what you could find. And you eventually discover that this email address is spoofed and does not actually originate from an FBI server. It's a completely fake email address.
Oh, isn't that something? The plot thickens.
Meanwhile, Krillin Tempri, how did you do on your biology check?
80. Would I spend...
Yes, you may spend luck.
I need to spend 3 luck then.
You may
To
go
make that
ahead.
just a normal pass.
Yep, go ahead.
So yeah, a normal pass. I got an 80. I rolled before.
Yep.
It's in the chat. So
Yep. All right.
my biology is 77. So
So you
I spent
look
3
over
to make it a pass.
while Stanley does the computer stuff. You and Dr. King pore over the preliminary forensic findings, and you glean the following from your interpretation of the report. That apparently Wei fired 16 times in the Ridgway's house, hitting each victim exactly once, except for one of the sons, Clark, who he shot twice when the first blast failed to kill him. He used both slugs and shot, and the blood spatter indicates that he was an extremely skilled marksman. It seemed to know exactly where his targets would be, and was able to fire and kill them with seemingly very little difficulty.
Okay. Interesting.
Hi Tom, you're about to be introduced. Your character was going to come through halfway anyway.
Alright.
Yeah.
And Dr. King, how did you go on your forensics check?
I got a pass.
You pore through the forensics reports as well, focusing more on the ballistics side rather than blood spatter or the biology of the crime. And you determine that in addition to Wei firing 16 times to take out his victims, he also apparently fired an additional time. This time, not at a victim, but rather firing simply at the stove top in the middle of the kitchen. And according to analysis of the discharge, he fired this shot after he had already executed his victims, meaning that he seems to have been firing at literally nothing for seemingly no reason. Additionally, the report contains details on the murder weapon, a Remington 870 police shotgun, serial number 2022998. The weapon was covered in Michael Way's fingerprints, when it was recovered, and based on preliminary analysis of the discharge, this was the only time it's ever been fired. So far, the investigators have not been able to not had the time to trace the serial number of the gun to determine its place of origin. Finally, Agent Smolder, since you had nothing to do during that, do you have a cult or history?
I have a cult.
I'd like you to go ahead and make an occult check to see if you recognize the reference to Fascius Claudan in the email that Stanley uncovered.
Can I spend 2 luck points to make that a pass?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
So you look over Stanley's shoulder reading the email, and you've actually heard the name Fascius Claudan before. He's been mentioned several times in occult circles. A 16th century Brussels-born mathematician, sage, and astronomer who was responsible for many minor breakthroughs in science, technology, and, most notably in your experience, in alchemy and magic. He apparently was responsible for writing a series of works on magic and alchemy, which are considered very dangerous by those who know such things. And as such, in many occult circles, his name is spoken in hushed tones with a lot of caution attached. He's known to be someone who dabbled with particularly dangerous magics.
Looks like we got some sort of whack-a-mole here.
Meanwhile, as you continue poring over the evidence, in a small rural mountain cabin, about an hour's drive from Alliance, New Jersey, wedged in a twisted, thickened forest of trees, bark, and rocks, a place where only the most serious of hikers would ever tread, or those who have withdrawn from society. Our new character receives a text message on his phone. It simply reads, "Directions from ASAL. New cell currently present in Alliance on Ridgeway murder case. Assist if possible. Treat them as your own cell. From Alphonse." This
Let's put the best on then.
this is introducing, played by Thomasaurus, Conrad Kurtz, a veteran FBI and Delta Green agent whose previous cell bit the dust while invited to a night to the opera, just like this one. Introduce yourself, please, Conrad Kurtz.
Okay. I definitely look a bit worse for wear. Obvious damage to my face and upper body. Claw marks, one eye's milky. My hair's grey. And I'm looking like shit, but there's something behind my eyes.
And so, as you receive this text message from Alphonse, what do you do?
I go to the war chest, crack open it, grab a wad of cash, passport, and what was once my FBI service gun. Now the barrel's been changed out and the serial number filed off.
I stash that in my pocket, grab an old hunting rifle, and I head out.
As you head out, your phone beeps once again, and you are sent an email containing the directives for this operation, which I'll just let you read on your own, because the rest of the cell have already received it.
No stress.
Meanwhile, back at the state trooper outpost, is there anything else you guys would like to do with the compiled evidence, or would you like to retire to Hotel Super 6 and get ready for the main investigation in the morning?
Was there any blood samples from the victims stored here?
The processing of the crime scene has not yet been fully completed, and so those have not yet been catalogued.
Yeah, well then I don't have anything else to do here then, I believe.
Yep, Smolder, Stanley, King?
Some rest might sound good.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Whoops, I almost forgot I was still muted. Do I have to delete? I know it said dispose of any evidence from this particular crime now. Do I have to do this now, or do I have to do this like the end of the actual...
You can do it at any time. You just have to dispose of any evidence of this number or anything like that. And this will be easy for you, because you decided to come here when only your friendly contact was in, and he knows what the group has to do, and so he'll most likely not raise an eyebrow if you have to dispose of some evidence.
You could
Good.
also, as a computer technician, I would guess, be able to make a virus that would be on a time delay.
Oh.
So that it... Because there was the guard out the front that knows that we entered.
Yes,
And
so have all the evidence.
Finally disappeared.
Is a good plan.
Very
I like
well.
that.
I would like you to make a hard computer use check, please.
Yeah, just doing my thing. Gonna give it one more go. And that's an 18.
Okay.
Oh yeah, this thing's going down.
So as the others pack up and head outside to meet with Trooper Blanet, you quickly code a worm and embed it in the hard drives. And essentially you code this worm so that if anyone connects the hard drives to a system that's not yours, it will proceed to systematically delete all content and shred it on that system. Deleting any evidence, including the email you uncovered referring to the Clawdon equation. There is one thing remaining, however, a stack of photos on one of the fold-out tables. The one on top of this stack being a photo very prominently of the string of numbers that was spray-painted on the sidewalk.
Ah.
I need to look at those numbers.
Yes, look. Since I love numbers, I would like to have a look at that if I could.
Very well. You pick it up and you take a look at the string of numbers that seem to have been spray painted on the side of a curb in black spray paint. The numbers are 9920122998912.333. At first, they appear to be utterly meaningless, and if they're any kind of cipher, you're pretty sure you won't be able to solve them just from this alone. Just the same, I would like you to make a luck check, please.
What is my luck? It is that is a pass.
That's a pass. Very well. You determine that the numbers appear to be just a string of... It appears to be just a string of meaningless gibberish. If it's code for something, you'll need the cipher to solve it. That said, do you have mathematics?
No.
No. So yeah, you won't glean anything more out of this. So what would you guys like to do with this photo? As you look around, you notice that as you passed a luck check earlier, the evidence that's been compiled here has not been fully catalogued, meaning that it's entirely possible for a single photo to go missing if you were careful about it.
Take if we're careful about it, let's take it, and you might not notice then.
How was it attached to the wall first? Sorry.
It's just it's just on top of a stack of photos on top of a table.
Oh, okay. I thought it was pinned to a wall.
No.
If it's just on a stack, then
Yeah, you can literally just pick it up if you want.
Yep. Well, Agent Smolder can take it if he wants.
I would like so there's two ways I'll allow you to do this. You can either just pick it up and make it obvious that someone sorted through the photos, or you may attempt a sleight of hand check to lift just this one photo.
Well,
and
I
to
do
make
have sleight
it,
of hand.
yeah, make it look as if the pile of crime scene photos has not been touched.
And that is a 19. I have to spend 4 luck points.
Lovely. Okay. You carefully lift the photo, place it in your jacket pocket, and then rearrange the pile to make it look as if it hasn't been sorted through. And then you walk out of the makeshift investigation headquarters and join Trooper Blanet back in his SUV as he begins to drive you over to the Super 6 motel. He looks over his shoulder as he starts the engine. Find anything interesting?
Something to definitely get the start of a interesting case on our hands.
He says, you reckon the group's involvement was well-founded?
I dare say so. It's going to be an interesting night, boys.
He says, let's wait and see. Within 10 minutes, you're pulling in at the parking lot of the Super 6. It looks like essentially the motel from Psycho, stripped right out of the movie and just plonked into the real world. Its decor and layout completely updated from the 1970s. It's very obvious that this is not the type of place that gets a lot of tourists or even people passing through, and so there hasn't been much incentive to update it. As you move to climb out of the car, Trooper Blanet points towards a row of wooden doors along the eastern side of the parking lot. He says all those rooms have been rented out for members of the investigation. From what I could tell, room number 7's empty. You might want to duck in there. Room number 6, there's another Fed in there, just like you. An Agent Sarah Comox, I believe. Works in encryption, was called in specifically to tackle the numbers. Probably won't be happy that you guys are here, but hell, that ain't my problem. He gives you a cheeky smile. You climb out of the car, step into the dark parking lot, the only source of light being a lone street lamp on the sidewalk just outside the parking lot. And you watch as the SUV reverses out onto the street and drives away into the darkness. What would you like to do?
I'm going to go to the one that doesn't have the other.
Yes, number 7.
Room number 7?
Yes, 7.
Very well.
Yeah.
So you'd all like to go to room 7?
Wait, which one was the one that
Room 6.
has...
Room 6 reportedly is rented out to an FBI agent by the name of Sarah Gant, who works in encryption. All of the other rooms, you assume, are currently rented out to the New Jersey State Police.
So do we want to talk to this person now, or do we want to just wait till later to do that?
I mean, you as the numbers guy, well, computers numbers, could go get friendly.
It's possible that she may have been informed of your arrival because the state police were certainly aware of it. But you're not certain whether Thomas knew to come pick you up because your handler told him to, or because the state police and the FBI actually received an alert that you were coming to assist. So what would you like to do?
I just want to go in bed.
Yeah, what time is it, roughly?
Right now it's about 9:30.
Yeah, I might go check in the morning. Though I will say, as we're still like walking across this place, all I've just got my head just there, and my mouth is just going dun 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 dun.
Yeah, yeah, because you've reached level of town.
Yeah, it's just
Very
that whole.
well.
Hey, all we need now is just a random scarred-faced whack job to turn up, and this is gonna be something straight out of Psycho.
You push open, you make your way across the dark parking lot, push open the door to room 7, fumble for the light switch, switch it on, and then you shut the door behind you as you collapse, respectively, onto the beds, the moth-bitten couch, and a rather thick rug on the wooded floor, and quickly fall asleep. You are woken up at just before 7 a.m. by Stanley's alarm on his phone. Stanley, what is your phone alarm?
Probably the music you get when you encounter a wild Pokemon. So just in the dead of the morning, all you just get is this.
I'm changing my alarm on my phone right now.
You're all shook awake, seemingly instantaneously alert, as you're on the job. And so you crawl out of your makeshift bedding and use the percolator in the kitchenette to pour yourself each a cup of coffee, make some toast for breakfast, and then you make your way out into the parking lot of the motel. The sun is up. Yep.
Is that legitimately what they're called? Percolators?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
That's what they're called.
Yeah.
The parking lot is bathed in early morning sunlight, the concrete glaring white in your eyes. And as soon as you step out of your motel room, you hear someone clear their throat. You turn in the direction of the noise, and there you see... What do you look like, Conrad Kurtz?
Fairly short, but solidly built man. You see me dressed in like a fairly cheap suit with an overcoat and like about 4 or 5 different duffel bags just sort of slung over me. I've got like one eye's milky, I've got scars on my face, and a sort of gruff, don't talk to me look on my face.
I spin around with this, with my pepper spray in my hand.
Do any of the rest of you say or do anything?
I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, and lo and behold, Scarred Stranger, now we're in Psycho.
What do you... Agent Kurtz, do you say anything in greeting to the cell?
I turn to the cell and I go, what's your letter designation?
You all look at each other, and this is when Stanley pulls out his phone and thumbs through a series of old SMSs dating back about a month ago and replies, F. Cell F.
Alright.
Cell F reporting for duty, sir. Just mock or salute him.
Alright. You can call me Agent Farley. I shake my hand.
You reach out your hand. Does anyone shake his hand? Or are you all just a bit unnerved?
The pepper spray in one hand, and I reach out and shake his hand. With the other hand.
You spend about 10 minutes bringing each other up to speed on what you've found, as only someone working with Delta Green would ask you for your cell, for your letter designation of your cell. It's very obvious that this guy is working with the same organization you are, although you definitely get the feeling that he's been in it for a lot longer, perhaps too long. And so, after you bring each other up to speed, you have several orders of business you may attend to as you step out into the parking lot proper and see several state troopers climbing into their cruisers, reversing out of the parking lot and making their way into Alliance to begin their investigations for the day. What would you like to do?
Maybe
You have-
we should go check to see if that decrypted chick is still in her room.
There's that. So yep, you can check in on her. You can go to check out the crime scene, because of course it was too late last night to go there. Some of you might like to try and trace the serial number of the murder weapon and see if that brings you anything interesting.
Krillin would like to go to the actual scene.
Yeah, I'm going to the crime scene.
Right.
Well, wait. Do we still have those numbers, or did we?
You've got the photo in your jacket.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Would I know if there's any green boxes nearby?
You are aware that there are no green boxes in this area. This was not considered a high priority, a high risk location for operations.
No stress.
Next episode, though.
Alright. Is there any? So how big's the town we're in?
It's a very small town. It's basically 2 main streets, a strip mall, and a couple of farms.
Alright.
Rural New Jersey, like right on the edge of the Pine Barrens.
Alright. Rural New Jersey. Got it. Cool. Now, who of the party looks like they're the most sort of, I don't know, part of one of the alphabet agencies?
Well, you know, after they flash you all their credentials, you know that all 4 of these agents appear to be attached to the FBI, but Agent Smolder is the only one that claims to have experience as a field investigator. The others are technical advisors, technicians, consultants, and the like.
Wonderful.
So you have, so if you guys would like to knock on Dr. Sarah's door first and then split up and take different routes of investigation, you can do that.
Yeah, sure. I'll be traveling with King anyway, so whatever he does.
Yep. Who wants to knock on the door of room 6?
I can go if no one else minds.
Alright.
You walk up to room 6. You brush away some of the dust that's caked on the door, and then you knock on it with your fist. Knock, knock, knock. Make a listen check, please.
Do I even have a listen check? Gonna be rough. What do I get? Can I spend 3 luck points for that?
Yes, you can.
Alrighty then. That's just a pass.
You hear on the other side of the door what sounds like papers being rustled, and then the sound of a desk drawer opening and closing, and then the sound of what appears to be a chair being scraped along wooden floorboards, followed by footsteps that get louder and louder as they make their way to the door. You hear a click on the other side of the door, and it opens just a crack, and a roughly middle-aged Caucasian woman with sandy brown hair cut in a bob, a slightly chubby face, and very little in the way of personal grooming pokes her head out. She simply looks you up and down with her lips pursed. And then she opens her mouth, placing her hand in front of it, giving a huge yawn. And she rubs sleep out of her eyes and says, "And you are?"
Like, are we telling her who we are exactly, or are we just going with the cover story?
I don't know. You're the one talking to her.
I'd just say cover story first off.
So the cover story was we with the FBI investigating the
Your cryptologists like her, basically.
Fair enough. Just go, howdy neighbor, and I suppose fellow cryptologist, how's it going? Just from next door, just letting you know that we're also here and seeing if you had anything you could help give to us, or at least let us know to help us along with this case. You know, gotta stick together and all that.
She yawns again. Ugh! And then she says, "Oh, more cryptos. Oh, well, I did say I was having some difficulty figuring the numbers out, but I also told him I'd crack it eventually." She yawns again. She says, "Oh, well, I guess we can find something for you to do." She opens the door, steps out into the parking lot, and then pulls the door shut behind her. In the brief moment that you can see into her room, would you like to try to sneak a peek inside?
Suppose I could try and have a look-see.
Make a spot hidden check, please.
Oh, yeah. It's a 5.
Hey.
Before she shuts the door, you notice that the state of her motel room looks like a bomb hit it. There are papers scattered all over the beds, all over the floor, several sheets of paper seemingly pinned right to the wallpaper, and in front of one of the beds, you see what appears to be a flippable whiteboard that's seemingly covered every inch in mathematical equations. Do you say anything?
I was just think carefully of my usual office space on a regular day and just go burn the midnight oil just a little bit hard there.
She yawns and she says, well, maybe there's something to them, but I haven't quite cracked it yet. Maybe I shouldn't worry about them so much." And as she steps out into the broad daylight, I would like everyone to make psychology checks, please.
Oh god.
Myself
I
included.
don't have psychology
Yes,
anymore.
including you.
That is a fail.
That's a fail.
That
I beat
is
it. And holy crap.
Fail for me.
Okay.
So the only one who notices, okay, cool.
Yep, so Stanley, you're the only one who notices. But now that she's fully illuminated by the sunlight, you could see wrinkles and rings under her eyes, clear signs of fatigue. In fact, based on the state of her uniform and her disheveled hair, you would hazard a guess she hasn't slept a wink in at least 24 hours.
Oh, okay, burning the midnight oil quite a bit there.
She yawns again, and she says, look, I'm convinced there's something to these numbers, but I ain't quite cracked it yet. Who knows? Maybe I'm smelling a promotion. She looks at you, she says, I'm eager to get back to the crime scene, get a bit of fresh air. Who's with me?
Yeah, might as well. Never know what we could find there.
Crime scenes are always a source of interest for me.
Yep. And
Yeah.
of course, Krillin will be going along. What about you, Conrad?
I'm going to equate myself with the town.
So maybe you'd like to follow up on the murder weapon and trace its point of origin.
Actually, what I'd like to do first is, when they're out of earshot, I'd like to break into her apartment and bug the place.
Ooh, that's a good idea. So you tell everyone that you're gonna hang around town, try to get some more info on the murder weapon, and maybe some info on the perpetrator himself, as most of the investigators are still piecing together background info on Michael Way, and they don't really know a whole lot about him. What would have led him to conduct this massacre? And so, as Dr. Comox and the rest of the cell climb into Comox's FBI cruiser, her black sedan, and drive away into the silent streets of Alliance, New Jersey, I would like you to please make a locksmith check to pick the lock of room 6. Well, actually, first of all, I'd like you to make a luck check, please.
Fail.
You walk towards room 6, and you're about to pick the lock, and then you look from left to right, and you see 2 state troopers at the edge of the parking lot, basically serving as a makeshift guard post between the motel and the street, leaning against the brick fence that separates the parking lot from the street, talking to each other. They're not looking in your direction, but it's always a possibility that they might see you if you attempt anything untowards.
Alright. So I don't know how long they're going to keep the woman away from her apartment either.
Yeah. Well, they're going to investigate the crime scene, so you could assume they're going to be out there for at least a few hours, at least until the afternoon.
Okay. In that case, is there an adjacent apartment I can break into?
There's...
that is out of sight of them.
Make me a spot hidden check, please.
I cannot roll for shit tonight. Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Pass.
You do notice that there is another row of apartments directly opposite this one, and most of those appear to be obscured by SUVs and police cruisers, offering some shelter from the 2 state troopers. However, you're not sure how you're going to get into her apartment from there, as
No, I'm not able to get into her apartment.
Yeah.
What I'm going to try and do is break into one of those apartments, find a picture that's hung up, drill into the wall, and put a contact mic on the wall from the opposite side.
Lovely. So you figure the one that would be the best choice would be apartment number 4, which is situated on the other side of her apartment, and has 2 SUVs parked in front of it, meaning that you might be able to pick the lock without anyone noticing. So go ahead and try a hard locksmith attempt, please, to avoid being seen.
Nat 100. Can I
Would
push
you
that?
like to push that? Go ahead.
I would definitely like to push that. That's still fucking shit.
You lean
I
over.
cannot push shit.
Oh dear.
You lean over and begin picking the lock. And at this point, you hear someone calling out, "Hey!" You turn around. The two New Jersey State Troopers are looking in your direction. One of them raises his hand and he says, "You lost there, pal."
I said, I basically asked him if this is the address except the right number but the street over.
I would like you to make a fast talk check, please.
That is a pass. Actually, wait,
He-
no, I'm one off. Sorry, I lied.
Yep.
I thought it was 70 and 65. Can I put one luck point?
Yes,
into
you
that?
can. He scratches his head and he says, yeah, sure, buddy. This is the motel. You're looking for the community center. About a block down yay direction. He points down the main street.
I shrug goes, well, explains why the key that I was issued doesn't fit then. I just walk off without.
As you walk past, you hear them. You hear them sort of stifling a giggle, and you catch one of them say, "My God, what sort of fucking idiots live in this town? How can you mistake a hotel for a community hall? Seriously."
Alright. I'll abandon my
Yep.
efforts for now and
Decide
maybe
to.
I'll just stake out the police officers to see if they go and just go to the other guys.
Alright. Also, another option that's available to you is you were told by the rest of the cell that all of the evidence that's been collected so far is being stored in a makeshift investigation headquarters, and if you convince the guards that you're part of the investigation, you could probably get in there, and there were several leads, such as tracing the serial number for the gun used in the massacre, that you could follow up on.
I'll go over there.
Very well. We move to the other group, who are making their way to the crime scene to investigate it. The Ridgeway house is 3 stories tall, plus a basement, built on a 1/4 acre, just on the edge of New Jersey Highway 6. It has a turn-of-the-century style architecture to it, perhaps built in the 1920s or 1930s, and it looks as if it was once the main house of a much larger farm, which was split up long ago into multiple lots that now have much newer looking houses built on them. There appears to be absolutely nothing unusual about this house, its neighbourhood, or its occupants. They were merely innocent bystanders. What would you like to do?
I don't know.
I mean, you're at the
What
crime scene,
sort
what
of-
would you like to examine?
What
As I
sort of
say,
things that- Wait.
I was gonna say, yeah, you boys are the crime scene guys.
Yeah, I'll go to the crime scene.
Yeah, I would like to go and check out where like the main like gunshots were done.
Alright, what would you like to glean from that?
I just want to sort of have a look around, and there just seems like that shot to the stove after. And just have a look and see if there's anything in particular with the stove, like why that would be a target sort of thing, or...
Very well. I would like you to make a forensics check, please.
Okay. That is a 35, which is a pass.
As you walk up the driveway towards the house, you can't help but notice the numbers still painted on the sidewalk. 9920229. 989-212-333. You enter the house, accompanied by the rest of the group and Dr. Comox, and you begin to examine all of the places where shots were marked, walking over to the little evidence tags, looking around, trying to determine the trajectory of the shots and where they came from. You determine that the findings in the report were for the most part accurate. Way fired 16 times in the house, hitting each victim exactly once, except for one of the sons who took 2 shots. Now that you're actually in the location, you can tell something is definitely off, as once you've worked out the direction, the trajectory of each shot, you can tell that Wei seems to have chosen vantage points that lined up almost perfectly with the victims being right in front of him at the time. Furthermore, you do see the last shot, which was made seemingly without reason. Wei seemed to fire at the stove, a 1970s tan and green monstrosity. The front of it has been struck with buckshot, and the electronic clock on it is stopped at 2:28 p.m. 13 seconds. At this point, King, I would like you to make an intelligence check, please.
Okay.
Oh, I see where we're going with this.
Can that be pushed?
Yes.
Oh, that is an 11. That is a critical.
Suddenly, as you examine this shot, something pops into your head. The clock, 2:28, 13 seconds. 22813. Numbers in the sequence. And once you've seen that, a veritable rush of information begins filling up in your head. There are 16 numbers in the sequence. Wei fired 16 times. You rush to the window overlooking the driveway, and you notice the license plate on the family's car matches the number sequence. You see a stack of receipts on the kitchen table. The service numbers fit into the sequence. You notice a phone attached to the wall with several family numbers written on a notepad next to it. They fit into the number sequence. After looking at that number last night, suddenly you're seeming to notice it everywhere. I'd like you to make a SAN check, please.
Oh, God, here we go.
Here we go.
The numbers, Mason, what do they mean?
That is a 10, so that is a pass.
Hey.
That is a SAN loss of 1d3, please, for passing.
Oh.
Ooh. Terrifying. I think what would happen if you failed?
Of course.
Yep.
Well.
Anything to do with Sen with me, you should know by now.
Yeah.
Good max fail.
Okay, Stanley, Krillin, Smolder. As you see King looking around and suddenly starting to count random things and his eyes grow wide, what would you like to do?
Is the shooter dead?
Yes, he blew his...
Yeah.
He killed himself with his own shotgun after he committed the shootings.
Is it still viable to take a blood sample from him?
Yes. In fact, I'd like you to make a luck check, please.
Damn it, that's 6 over.
Unfortunately, you notice that... while the bodies have still been kept on the property, in this case they've been wedged into one of the bedrooms in the back as there is no morgue in this tiny town, they've already been wrapped up in body bags and catalogued. Meaning that at this stage, conducting an autopsy would probably require getting some approval from the lead investigator in the state police.
Work under these goddamn conditions. Do I see King acting strangely? Like, can I notice that he's actually acting very erratically after entering the scene?
Make a psychology check, please.
Fuck.
Does anyone even have psychology?
No, if I get a 10 here, I'm gonna scream.
I have psychology.
Yeah, that doesn't help me though.
Well, great. Well, at least he knows he's gone mental.
He's kind of just walking around, like looking out windows, and occasionally you see him counting under his breath, flicking his fingers, just going 1, 2, 3, 4. It just looks as if he's doing some sort of forensic work.
Okay, so there's no way that I could figure out that he's not acting. Like
Not unless he
he's
specifically
obsessed.
tells you. Not unless he specifically
Okay.
tells you no.
Well then, I guess. Is there blood on the wall where he blew his brains out?
There is.
killer.
There is.
Can I take a sample of that?
Make a luck check, please.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh,
I'm
God,
sure
if
it's
he
not
fails, he
right.
can just... Oh my God, I was going to say, if he fails, you can start doing your impression from Boondock Saints of just going, "You used ammonia. It's horrible. And God damn it, I hate cold cases."
Yes, that
Very well. I would like you to make a biology check. I would like you to make a forensics check, please, to lift some samples without damaging them. This blood is already a couple of days old and has degraded quite a fair bit.
is still a pass.
Hey.
Lovely. You managed to lift a couple swabs of not only Michael Way's blood, but also presumably blood splatters left over by members of the Ridgway family. Stanley, what are you doing while this is happening?
I'm not gonna lie, I really don't have a whole lot of things I can investigate here. My usual stick is usually technology. This is out of my field, I think.
Well, how about an idea roll then? Make an intelligence check.
Okay, see, that works. I can do that.
Like,
If I can-
oh,
Either... So he looks intelligence. Fairly solid.
As the others... Oh, yep, have you made the check?
I just passed.
Lovely. As the others begin examining the crime scene, you think back to the mission directive and you remember one of your objectives to create a cover story giving Michael Way a motive by linking him romantically to Dina Ridgway.
Right. I was going to say, since they don't have a morgue or anything, you said the stuff's already
The
cataloged, so I
bodies are
don't
just
have access
bags.
to like the... Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, stuff like their phones and that I don't have access to that at the moment, do I?
I mean, you could try to... They're all there in the room stored with the bodies, and you could try to, but you'd have to do it without leaving any evidence that it's been tampered with.
That'd be like an electronics check, wouldn't it, to, like, go through it without
Yes,
bugging any of
and
it out?
furthermore, as you head into the master bedroom where the bodies have been stored, that's been turned into a temporary evidence storage locker, you notice that on top of the dresser opposite the four-poster bed, there is a small portable electronic safe, which appears to be where most of the evidence has been stored for now.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely just us here, correct?
There is also Agent Comox, and when she entered the house, she made a beeline for one of the other rooms, and you're not quite sure where she went. So there is a chance she could walk in on you, but it would be take a luck check.
do you want me to go look for
Distract
a
her?
card?
Yeah, actually, if you want to go and keep an eye on her and make sure she's not in the way, I will get to work on making this little cover story thing happen.
Very well. So, Agent Smolder, I would like you to make a navigate check to move through the house and try to find Dr. Comox before she stumbles onto
And
Stanley.
that's an automatic fail. That's 97.
Would you like to push it?
Why not? Nope. 65.
And what's your navigate?
I haven't got navigate.
Ah,
10.
yeah, so 10.
Okay.
So would you like to spend a shitload of luck?
Oh god, no.
You God, no.
I
Very
don't even
well.
have that much luck to spend.
Very well. You fan out
Oh, dear.
across the surprisingly large suburban house trying to find her, but she appears to have eluded you. Meanwhile, we move over to Stanley. Stanley, you have a few ways you can get into this safe. You could attempt a good old-fashioned mechanical lockpick, or you could rewire the mechanism with electronics and force it, short-circuit it open.
I'll be right back.
Short-circuited, then it would probably show signs that it's been tampered with, wouldn't it?
If you did it badly,
Or could
yes.
I was gonna, oh, if I did it badly,
If you
okay.
if you did it well enough, you could probably just make it look like a normal electronic failure. Like you could just make it look like the thing just broke down.
Now, could I use my electronics to hack into it and then repair it to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, you can do that.
Because I stole it at both electronics and electronic repair.
Yes. Yes. So first, make an electronics check.
Alright, that's a 28, so that's gonna be a hard pass.
Hard pass. Lovely. You pop open the panel. You pop open the keypad panel on the front, and you cross a couple of wires. There's a spark of electricity, and the thing makes a loud beep. And then you hear the safe click open. Make a luck check, please.
Come on, don't stick me on this. It's a 24, that's a pass.
Okay, you are lucky. Agent Comox has not managed to intercept you. You open it, and inside you find two mobile phones. One apparently belonging to each of the parents, and a folded up laptop, not dissimilar to your own, a grey Casio, about 4 centimeters thick when closed.
Oh.
You quickly remove them, and how would you like to go about this?
First, I have to make a cover story to try and make it seem like Mr. Way and the daughter were having a thing, correct?
Yes, so would you like to, make fake text messages, a couple emails, things like that?
Yeah, things like that. That would be where we'd be aiming for that one. Just doesn't obviously have to be like Romeo and Juliet, just enough to make sure that there's a solid ground for that cover story.
Very well. Make a computer use check, please.
Oh, that I can definitely do, sir. That's what I say, but I still have to push this nonetheless.
I'm back, by the way.
And that's a 3, so absolutely blitz this. Okay, you know what? Maybe we do go for Shakespeare. Fuck it.
Okay.
Does mother know you wear a third vest?
Candidly, just occasionally, obviously, keeping an eye on the door and making sure no one else is coming in, and just crack knuckles and just absolutely go to town on this particular cover story.
You managed to concoct a cover story made out of fake emails and text messages that imply that Dina Ridgway was having an affair with Michael Way, and that this eventually soured, and that Way threatened to kill her if she would divulge their affair to her husband. I'd like you to make a luck check, please.
Alright, good old 50-50. Ooh, that's a 47. That's just a pass.
Hey.
Okay. You are undisturbed. You bundle all of the items back into the safe and shut it. Now, make an electronics repair check.
Gonna push that, because that would be catastrophic if I tried using that roll. That's more like it. That's an 11, so that's going to be... Well, it's a hard pass, almost a crit. So Stan, the man, absolutely going to town on this fucking thing.
You rewire the keypad. Suddenly it goes beep, and the screen blinks up again. The analog letters, the digital letters reading enter code. You have reset it and made it look as if it has not been tampered with. Well done. Meanwhile, meanwhile, I would like Agent Smolder to please make a spot hidden check.
Okay. Yeah, I do have that.
Master of the mechanical stuff.
I need to push that. Jesus fucking Christ. It's a fail.
Dear God.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. You continue walking.
Oh no.
You continue walking through the house searching for Comox, and you eventually find her. You find her in the kitchen that Dr. King recently vacated. You see a large portion of the murders clearly happened in this room based on the chalk outlines and the evidence tags showing the empty shelves and blood spatter. Comox stares at the damaged stovetop. I'd like you to make a psychology check, please.
What, me? I don't even have psychology.
Go ahead. This is because you failed the spot hidden.
Oh, shit.
Oh, you done goofed.
Of course. I get a 9 for that.
Lovely. Okay. You don't notice anything other than her just examining the broken clock face on the stove very carefully. Then, after a few moments, she turns and sees you in the room. Her face is neutral at first, and then she smiles and stands up and she says, I just thought of something. And she moves to rush past you out of the kitchen. Do you stop her?
Where are you going in such a hurry?
She turns around and she looks at you and she says, I was just... The clock face on the stove. I just thought of something. I have to see if it's just... She trails off and just continues walking down the hallway, quite hurriedly now. Unfortunately, you did not get a good look at what exactly she was doing before she noticed you.
Ah, shit.
Alex.
So, if you'd like to stop her, you might have to do it a little bit forcefully.
I think that might be the case.
Find her though.
What was that?
We do know where to find her though. Like
Yeah, you know her room at the motel, so...
You wanted to get that far, alright?
well, it's probably better than making a scene here.
True, definitely true. Definitely a good point there.
Well, then can I look where she was, where she just was before she saw me then?
Yep.
And just...
So you head over to the stove, and you examine... As she walks out and you hear her footsteps recede as she makes her way out of the house. You lean in and you start to examine the broken clock face on the stove. And as you move in, you hear from outside the sound of a car door closing and an engine starting. And you swear under your breath as you see Sarah's cruiser driving down the street back towards the motel. I'd like you to make a spot hidden check, please.
Ah, that's better. That's a 10.
Yay!
That's a hard pass.
You examine the clock face, It's an ordinary clock face, except the glass on the front's been smashed and cracked by a stray piece of buckshot. The clock has stopped at an exact time. The time being... I have to flip through the book a lot for this one, because this is a fairly complex one. The exact time being 2:28 PM, 13 seconds. Aside from that, you can't really see what could have drawn her attention.
Bloody clock. Wait, is that the same? I know I'm not involved in this. It's just
it
question,
is
but
the same
it's
one.
the same as the other one.
It's the same as the one that prompted King to realize that it's part of the number sequence.
Yeah, definitely probably want to bring that up with the rest of the group just to confer.
Finally, as we finish the investigation here, I would like Krillin Temporary to please make a biology check.
Fuck's sake, so close.
Close is close.
Can I push it, please?
Yes,
4
you
points,
can.
but I'm already down to 55. I've gone down.
Alright?
A lot today. D100.
You
That's better. That is a hard pass.
You quickly make blood slides and set up a portable field lab. Look at the slides under a microscope. You determine that the samples you took from the family are completely normal. Looks like they were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Way's blood, however, has rather high trace elements of adrenaline, indicating that he was at the time aggravated in some degree, either extremely scared or angry or excited in some way.
Okay. Can I gather everyone and say to them, is anyone experiencing a heightened sense of emotion such as excitement or fear while in this house?
Well, Dr. King, what would you like to say to that?
I'm in the middle of a breakthrough here.
Yeah, right now, Dr. King, you've...
Can I ask him for a blood sample?
If you like. I mean, roleplay that.
Why would you need my blood sample? I'm confused.
Well, you're in a heightened state of, I would guess, excitement as you're close to a breakthrough. Whereas our killer here, he was in a heightened sense of excitement. I want to see, and as a fellow of science, we need correlation. I would like to see if you have elevated levels such as the killer did.
Check his pupils.
Everything is that's not actually a bad fucking idea.
Thank you.
I guess if it's for science, but I'm not thrilled about this idea. Don't like needles.
Try to be as painless as possible. So, do I need to do anything to take his blood? Or...
Make a biology check, please. He's willingly given you his blood, so now you just have to analyze it.
Just gonna keep looking over at the.
I'm just gonna spend 1 luck point. I swear to God.
Yeah, none of us are having fantastic.
I know. You're
I'm gonna,
rolling bad.
I'm gonna push it instead because I
I'm
might want
the
to hide.
actually, I see the only one that's actually having a good day today.
Yes.
That's much better.
There
That is
we
a
go.
critical pass.
That being said, I'm pretty sure my luck's about to run out, but continue.
You examine King's blood under a microscope, and it appears to be normal. There is no sign that he's experiencing any heightened emotion.
Okay, well, King, while you do seem to be visibly excited, your adrenaline isn't up, so there is no correlation between your heightened emotion and the killer's emotions when he died.
Is there anything else you would like to do here in the Ridgeway's house?
You said all the bodies have been...
Yep, they've
tagged
been
and bagged,
wrapped up
haven't
and tagged and bagged. Getting them out now would leave obvious signs that you've
Yep.
tampered with them.
Okay. Basically, all Krillin now wants to do is just get the permission to do autopsies.
Autopsy, yep.
Yep.
Anyone else want to do anything?
I believe
guess
my
I'll
work has been done. Sorry.
just have to inform everyone else of
Yeah,
the
that-
numbers.
Yeah,
And
King
the
might
clock.
have to do that. But so let's try to get. Would you like to try to get permission from the lead investigator so Krillin can do an autopsy? Do you guys think that's a good lead to check into?
Definitely makes sense to look into it.
At least the killers.
Yeah, well, yes, at least the killers.
Yep. Okay, so who's going to make the call?
Anybody have law?
I do, but I'm not there.
Yeah, he's not there. He's doing something
okay,
else.
anyone
with
apart
a
from
proper
him.
suit.
Yeah. I don't have law, and other than being really good at the science needed for it, I don't really have anything. Oh, I have 30 in persuade. So although going by my rolls, but I might be able to persuade if it comes to that.
So, what do you think is the best method? You trying to persuade, or Smolder, like, trying to basically pull rank and, use a law check to get you permission?
So I could try and persuade first, and then we can pull rank. We can try and be friendly.
Alright, what do you think, Smolder? Keep in mind that a failure in one will probably make the second one harder.
It's true. Liam?
What? Sorry?
We're discussing whether you'd like to use your law knowledge to get Krillin permission to do an autopsy here.
Oh yes.
Alright,
Yes.
so you pull out your cell phone and you dial the number you were given by Thomas Blanet, which is apparently for the local police chief who's temporarily been placed in charge of this investigation. I'd like you to make a law check, please.
Come on, Bubba.
Did Smolder tell us about the other clock as well, or?
I did.
No, it's yeah,
Or
no,
is it the
it's
same-
the same clock, Smithy. It's
Oh,
just
so-
he
okay.
didn't see
It's
it.
the same
when you
clock.
saw it. Yeah,
Sorry, I thought it was a
Okay.
different
no,
clock.
it's just
I
one.
thought I was gonna say. Yeah.
Okay, that
That
makes.
is a 28, which is
Ooh. So you
Ooh,
hear
bitch, get out the way.
you hear the chief of the troopers barking down the other end of the phone. Look, I don't take kindly to feds coming in out of nowhere, stealing this case from under our nose, and you said, what? You want to conduct an autopsy? Look, we already been down there, we already done one. Why should I let your guys cut those bodies open again?
Oh
Done
god.
an autopsy in the house.
Yeah, that
There are
doesn't seem sensible at all.
contaminants everywhere.
Yeah, OHS. This is an OHS fucking
Oh,
nightmare.
you know logically it's likely they had, like, a van come to, like a van pulled in front of the house.
Likely story.
That's small. I was actually going to say something along those lines, so I'll just repeat that. There's obviously something they missed, and if they done an autopsy here, that is they could have had false readings on everything.
Well, look, I don't even know who you are. Where's Special Agent Comax?
God damn it, man! Question me one more time, and I'll report you to my superior.
Make an intimidation check.
I mean, technically, all you could have said was she'd gone home and left the scene for the day, but that works too.
That is a 9, and I don't even have intimidation.
Jesus.
You hear the chief sigh on the other end. He says, When they're done, you bag 'em, tag 'em again just the way you found them, alright?
But of course.
Very
We are
well.
professionals after all.
Krillin, please do a biology check.
Watch
this be less than 5 over what I need.
You mutilate.
Oh.
Hey!
Whoa.
Okay, no, that's a critical.
I was just about to say, you mutilate.
did you go?
Now, given that you don't have an actual lab set up here, you take the bodies into the laundry and you place them down on the tile floor. You drag in a plastic foldable table from the backyard and use it as a makeshift gurney.
So everything you basically just said, and we've just gone and done it anyway.
You spend about 2 hours conducting autopsies, and you glean that all of the victims appear to have died instantly. They were all either shot in the lung, heart, cerebral cortex, or at the bottom of the spinal cord.
For a tech nerd, this guy's a good shot.
Yes.
All while I'm looking over the shoulder at everything.
As you look at this, you notice that the way the shots are placed, and combined with what King said about the trajectory, it's just too precise to make sense. And I'd like you to make a sand check, please.
Okay. While I'm making this, I would also like to take a couple vials of his blood to send back to a proper lab if possible.
Yep. You can do that, no roll needed.
Okay, oh fuck, that's a fail.
Okay, that will be a sand loss of 1d6, please. 5, okay.
No.
Make an intelligence check, please.
Yeah.
I don't like Call of Cthulhu.
Still playing games till everyone goes insane.
That, I believe, is a fail, actually.
Yes,
Intelligence-
okay,
Ooh,
you've
yeah,
staved
that's a
off
fail.
temporary insanity, but still, you're unnerved by just how precise all these shots were. That appears to be a pretty thorough search of the crime scene, so we will move on to Conrad Kurtz, who has made his way down the main street of Alliance to the portable building that is serving as a temporary investigation center. As you approach the building, Conrad, you notice that the parking lot has been fenced in with temporary construction fencing, and someone has erected a small gatehouse in front of one of the gates. On the other side of the glass is a man wearing a state trooper uniform, and as you approach, he looks up at you and smiles and says, "Well, you don't look like a Fed, and you don't look like a local, so, afraid I'm gonna have to tell you to, keep moving, buddy."
Smile at him and I walk up to him and I with the go. I'm with the other ones, the auxiliaries.
He frowns. Auxiliaries? Wait, so I know we got the feds on. I know we got the feds. We got the cryptos from Washington. I'm sorry. Who are you with?
I rub my temples. You know the nerds they've got working with the feds?
Make a fast talk check, please. A hard one.
That would be a hard pass on that hard check.
He shrugs. He says, "Shit, this thing's really blowing up, isn't it?" He reaches over and pulls open the temporary gate and says, "Head on in. They'll be expecting you, I guess."
I walk in.
You walk in. The place is a bustle of activity. There are state troopers running around everywhere, taking evidence back and forth, calling out dispatches, cataloguing all of the evidence that's been gathered so far. There is no sign of Comox or any of your other companions. As you enter, I'd like you to make an appearance check, please.
I'm gonna guess that's like a 10 or something stupid. Okay, seriously, what is your actual appearance? I'm curious now.
My appearance is 30.
30. As you enter, nobody seems to notice you.
Oh, so that's a good thing.
Yes. I was rolling to see if they would. I was rolling to see if they would notice this obviously not one of us guy just turn up. And
Okay, well that's a lot better than I was getting worried for a minute there.
You immediately make your way over to one of the folding tables, plonk yourself down, and begin thumbing through all the reports and catalogued pieces of evidence. Is there anything you're looking for in particular?
Okay, so I'm looking for anything that's obviously supernatural.
Very well. I would like you to please make an occult check if you have occult.
Sure. I don't have much of it, but I do. I failed.
Would you like to push it?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, actually, that passes just.
Yay! Alright, so now you may attempt a library use check with advantage, because you know what you're looking for.
No, it's a pass.
Alright, so you begin to sort through all the miscellaneous oddities on display. Most of it doesn't appear to have a supernatural bent, and you are aware that the rest of your cell was here last night and have probably taken care of anything obvious, but there is one loose end that they appear to have missed. The murder weapon. A police-issue Remington shotgun. Not available for civilian use. Apparently, never fired before. Furthermore, when you look into it and follow get to a nearby computer and plug the serial number into the database, you find that the shotgun is currently registered to the 51st Precinct just over the bridge in New York City, and there is no record of it having been stolen or sold.
Interesting. Is there anybody in the room with me at the moment?
Yeah, there's troopers running around. No one's noticed you. They're all going about their business.
Sure.
Oh, furthermore, you glean that the only evidence pertaining to the shooter himself is a collection of hard drives that were taken from his residence just outside of Trenton, New Jersey.
Interesting.
Police are currently still trying to determine if he had any other registered places of residence.
As in, is this what they're looking for, or they're trying to find any other places of residence apart from this one?
Apart from this one, because they've searched this one, taken hard drives, and found that the hard drives didn't have a whole lot on them, and so they're seeing if he has any other place of residence.
Damn it, I probably should have thought of that.
So what would you like to do?
Are there people carrying pieces of evidence around?
Yes. They're
Cool.
fully getting into cataloguing it now and organising everything.
Sure. I would like to try and swap the shotgun for one of my hunting rifles.
You and your hunting rifles.
Sorry?
You and your hunting rifles.
I mean, I live cabin in the middle of what I'll assume I have a hunting rifle. So
Okay. Are you sure? While it may not be noticed at first, all it's really going to take is someone to decide to, do the paperwork on that weapon, and they're going to notice that that's not a Remington shotgun. But but you don't know when this will be. This could be a few hours from now.
Does it already have an evidence tag on it?
Yes, it's the murder weapon. It's had its
for
serial number taken and recorded. It just hasn't been fully followed up on yet.
Yeah. I was just thinking do I know from my knowledge of, say, police and FBI standard operating procedures, whether swapping the tag over the Remington rifle will buy me some time?
Yeah, they're currently busy cataloguing evidence. It would take at least a couple of hours before they notice someone's lifted the gun.
Sure. I'd like to lift the gun.
Alright, make a sleight of hand check, please.
Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
No, even worse. I failed.
You are caught in the process of replacing the guns. A state trooper walks in. Make a luck check, please.
We're not even going to meet this guy
Street
properly.
pass.
You read.
Oh, damn.
You read the first thing you see is the name tag on his blazer. Trooper Thomas Blanet, your friendly. As he sees you swapping the guns, he winks.
I wink, and then I finish swapping the guns.
As you walk out, he says, "Anything for the group?"
Oh.
Oh, this guy really wants to get in this group.
He really does.
This boy's all in on this.
Yeah.
Alright.
Should have gone to him to get him to convince the chief.
Yes.
Yeah.
What would you like to do now that you have the shotgun?
I would like. Is there a local storage place, like just the kind of place where you pay X amount of money for a 2x2 garage? Questions asked.
Make a navigate check, please.
Fail.
In a small town like this, it's not likely. The best you could do is stow it in your motel room.
Would I be able to make, say, a survival check? Because this is a rural area, whether there's any rundown properties with a shed that would be no longer in use.
Yes, make a survival check.
That I actually have. There we go, that's an extreme pass.
So this town's on the edge of the Pine Barrens. It used to be quite active farmland. There's plenty of disused properties, and you could easily pick one, hide the shotgun there, and it would not be found for many months.
Sure, I will do so.
Lovely. Okay.
Also,
Yep. Anything else
when
you'd
we
like
find-
to do?
when we find the shed, I'd like to pull out a container, a green spray can out of my effects and spray a green triangle on a nearby tree near the where I stashed the shotgun.
Yep. So you head to a disused farm and you spend a couple of hours looking around for the perfect spot. And then you end up just burying the shotgun underground in a small metal footlocker. And then you spray paint a tiny green triangle on the trunk of the tree closest to it. Now that you've buried the shotgun, you still have the details of its serial number and anything. Make an intelligence check, please. We'll do an idea roll.
Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Why doesn't that work?
Come on, Dicebot.
There you go.
That failed.
You failed. Well,
Oh,
you
no
figure that if you're being thorough, you should try to discover everything you can about this shotgun and why it was in the place it was.
Sure. Well, I might just deliver the information that I know to Geeks.
Yep.
Let's
Would you like to entrust it to your handler?
Yes.
All right.
I also give them the coordinates of the impromptu green box that I made.
All right. You pull out your cell phone and you dial the number of. Are you going to call Alphonse, or would you like to call Miss Green, the sales handler?
Just the handle at this stage. I don't need to bother anybody
Alright.
high up.
I'd like you to make a law check, please, to convince her that you don't really have the time to follow this lead yourself, and that this is better left to them.
Pass.
Lovely. You send a message with the coordinates, and you quickly explain that you have other leads to follow, and time is of the essence. The lead of the shotgun you're leaving to her and any other cell she can scramble. There's a few minutes of silence, and then your phone goes bing, and a new message appears. It is simply 2 letters. Okay.
Cool. I shut my phone and I join. I'd like to swing by the apartment, see if
the
cops
motel.
are gone.
Yep.
Yeah, the motel to see if the cops are gone, and if the lady's not back yet.
Lovely. Okay. So the others have to walk back because Comox took their transport. So while they're making their way back, you
Stanley.
head back to the motel, and I would like you to make a luck check, please.
Fail.
Fail. The 2 men are still there, still talking, and as they see you approaching the motel, they look up at you and just stare at you.
No, I don't approach the motel directly if they're there. I approach them and I thank them for their assistance before.
One of them smiles awkwardly and says, sure thing, bud.
They're like, I just like play innocent. I'm like, I'm new in town. Yeah, it's kind of gets a bit hard to find your way around when you're don't know the place. Yeah, no, the community center looked absolutely nothing like yeah.
Make a fast talk check. The men listen, and then the man who mocked you before looks at you nervously, and he scratches his head and he says, actually, you wouldn't happen to go by the name Kurtz, would you?
Yeah, yes.
He says, look, not long ago, about an hour ago, we got a call from Trooper Blannon. Said that we're to let you in. Apparently, you're a contractor, and just no one bothered to tell us that you were coming on board.
I lean over and I whisper, and I'm like, yes, a high up cocked up, and the less that's on the books, the better. And I wink.
The sun slowly sets as you walk over to the motel rooms and just lean up against the brick wall and wait for your cell to return. Unless you'd like to make another attempt at breaking into Comox's room.
Well, now that I know the cops are on my side, yes. I want to check if she's back though. Specifically looking for her car.
Make a spot hidden check, please.
Push that, please.
Yep, go ahead.
I'll spend one more luck point to get
Yep.
that pass.
You look around the parking lot and you cannot see Comox's cruiser anywhere. It's mainly trooper SUVs.
Cool. I'd like to break into her apartment then.
Alright. Make a hard locksmith check, please.
Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, that's enough.
Okay. You lean over, and just in case to make sure the guys aren't watching, they don't have as much suspicion on you. And so you carefully pick her lock, and then you open her door. Make a sand check, please.
No. Actually, no, yes. Sorry, yes. Yes.
Lose 1d3 sand, please.
One sec.
You push open the door and step inside. Her place is an utter mess. Papers scattered everywhere, all over the floor, all over the bed. The bed looks like it hasn't been slept in for at least several days. Most of the wallpaper is covered in scraps of paper, pinned to the wallpaper with bizarre equations written on them. The writing desk is filled with reefs of paper, almost as high as you, covered in yet more equations. And worst of all, the whiteboard propped against the wall, right next to the bed, is a sight that chills you as you lay your eyes upon it. There you go. You may look at it. It's in the
The group chat.
Yep.
Haha! There's a name I don't fucking like.
Oh god.
Yes. What do you do? There appears to be no sign of Comox.
Sure. Is there somewhere I can hide out of sight while she comes back?
Make a stealth check, please. You could probably hide in a closet.
Yes.
Okay. You see a closet, and after a few moments, you force your gaze away from the whiteboard covered in equations, the word Azathoth seemingly written in human blood. And
I'm actually not trying to find a position where I permanently hide. Basically,
just
what I want
to wait for her to come back so you can.
Yeah, I'll basically just want to be able to get the jump on her.
Oh dear.
Also, I'd like to get out my service, what was formerly the service Beretta, but with a changed out barrel, so the firing pattern's not the same, and affix a silencer to it.
Lovely. Okay. And then you wait. The rest of you make the long walk back through Alliance, back to the motel, griping that you didn't notice that something was up with Sarah, and that she left you stranded in the house. The sun has long set by the time you make your way back to Super 6. The parking lot lit only by the flickering, misty yellow light of a nearby street lamp.
You guys will be exhausted after all that walk.
Yes. And just as you make your way into the parking lot, I would like a group luck check, please. Everyone, including Conrad.
Nope.
No, that's a fail for me.
That
I failed.
is a pass from me.
I failed by 1.
You failed by 1. Okay. You enter the parking lot as most of the troopers are retiring, shutting themselves in for the night. You look at your watches. It's just before 9 p.m. And Comox has not returned. Kurtz,
Yep.
you could see from your vantage point the rest of the cell walking across the parking lot. And the fact that they have gotten back without Comox unsettles you slightly. What would you like to do? Would you like to make yourself known to them?
The fact that I'm in her apartment. Actually,
Well, you know she left with them in the morning, and they've come back. seemingly on foot, and she's not with them.
I'll just text them. Lomoc's location.
Stanley, your phone goes "Du-du-du-du," and it's Kurtz asking, "Where is Comox?"
Hey. Hell if we know, she took the car and ran off hours ago.
Her location appears to be unknown.
Okay, I will. Do I notice if she's got any food in the fridge or not?
Her fridge appears to be bare. She seems to have been subsisting off very little. Not only getting no sleep, but not eating much. And in fact, I'd like you to make a psychology check.
Pass.
It seems as if she was working obsessively.
Oh dear.
Would you like to reveal yourself to the cell now that you know she's definitely not here?
Yes.
The door to room 6 opens and out steps Kurt. A severe look on his face. As you see him, do you say anything?
You'll note,
Yeah, nice.
You'll note I'm also holding a silenced pistol.
Oh, so we do notice that then. Okay, so it'd be a case of, hey, great to see you again. One, why are you so curious about a little cryptology friend? And two, what the hell are you doing in a room?
I shrug my shoulders and go, yeah, you can go have a look at the freak show yourself if you want. I start planning my next move.
Anyone who enters and notices the whiteboard covered in mathematical equations and the word Azathoth seemingly painted in Comox's own blood, make a sand check. If you've decided to go and have a look.
I mean, I was already curious after poking my hand this morning.
Has anyone said that there's blood in there?
No, I just said it's a freak show.
Yeah, he's just said it's a freak show, and you've gone in.
That's not fair.
Gone in as well.
Yep. So
I failed my
check
sand
to
check
everyone.
by 1 again.
All right.
Yeah, I'll go in and check it.
That is a pass for me. That is the 60.
For passing, it's a 1d3. For failing, it's a 1d6.
And of course I got 3 on the fucking sand.
Oh, I rolled a 1. I'll take that.
Can I take a sample of the blood and test it?
Yes, make a biology check, please.
Just sitting there white face going, look, I knew she was burning the
That's
midnight
critical.
oil and
But this is...
burn the candle at both ends, but this is, like, seriously, this is well beyond an all-nighter.
Okay. Krillin, you take a sample of the blood, you quickly analyze it under a blood slide, and you find the same anomaly that was in Wei's blood. High trace amounts of adrenaline, surefire signs of a heightened emotional response. Furthermore, the amount of blood splashed across the whiteboard suggests that she caused herself severe damage. There's at least a liter of blood here.
It's bad.
What's this much blood just splattering out here? Everybody search for blood splatter.
Furthermore, HG King, I'd like you to make an intelligence check, please.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know, right?
The numbers, Mason, what do
That
they
is
mean?
a 29, so intelligence, that is a hard pass.
Ugh.
It is a hard pass. Very well. As you examine the bloodstained whiteboard, you notice the equations, seemingly endless strings of the same numbers, and then they flash through your head as you look around. You notice the clock on her bedside table, stopped at 8:13, part of the sequence of numbers. You notice the number of dots on the curtain in the front window. You count them all up, altogether 33 dots, 15 of them orange, the rest of them blue, all of this adding up to fit into the number sequence. Roll a sand check, please.
Damn it.
Oh,
Leave the boy alone, he's trying his best.
that is a 31. That is a pass.
1d3 sand loss, please.
Oh, thank God. At least it's better than what it could have been.
You still don't understand these numbers, and you don't have the mathematical skill. You don't have the mathematical. You still don't understand these numbers, and you don't have the mathematical skill required to divulge their meaning. But you know that they mean something horrible, and that they seem to pervade into almost everything around you. Suddenly, Stanley's phone rings out. Punctuating the eerie silence of the room.
Thank God I didn't switch it up to the 11th theme.
Do you answer your...
Just go, yeah, this is, you got Stan the Man, what's up?
You hear a female voice on the end, the memorable voice of Miss Green. She says, "We followed up on the lead left by..." What did you call you? What was your code name, Tom?
Farley.
We followed up on the lead left by Agent Farley. Shotgun came from the 51st Precinct Police Station. Police station were unaware that it had been stolen. We've pulled strings, secured surveillance footage. Set your computer up, we'll send through an email. And then she hangs up with a click.
I have some work to do then.
Do you head back to your own room, leave Comox's behind?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. I got some work to do. No offense, but I'd rather not try and set my gear up in this, whatever the hell this is. Alright. Set up your computer. It beeps as Miss Green's email comes in, complete with video attachment. You click on the file, opening it, and grainy black and white footage fills your screen. You see the entrance and exits of the 51st Precinct. The date is November 11th, the date of the murders, the day before yesterday. As you watch, I'd like you all to make spot hidden rolls.
That is a 7 from me. So
That's
that
a
is
41.
No, that almost a critical.
That's a fail from me.
I got
41
a
is a
hard.
plus.
I got hard
Oh,
pass.
nice.
The footage quickly flicks through all the entrance and exits of the precinct station, and then you catch a glimpse of a crowd of people walking on the street across the road from the station, and you see a familiar face. You nearly miss it, but then you just make it out. You spot Michael Way, recorded by the front entrance camera, waiting across the street 20 minutes before the duty officer reports stepping away. Way stands there, holding an obviously empty gym bag, and checks his watch many times, over and over. Occasionally, you see him mutter something silently, flick his fingers as if he's counting. Then, he suddenly crosses the street to the west parking lot entrance, 15 seconds before a small dog appears on another camera angle, running out into the road, where it is quickly struck by a police cruiser, smushing it, as turning it into a grey smush of blood on the tarmac. On the parking lot camera, the duty officer watching over the weapons locker stands and heads towards the commotion out in the street where the dog was run down. Less than 5 seconds later, Wei walks to the tarps covering the weapon boxes, uncovers them, produces a claw hammer from his bag, pries open a box, and removes the telltale shotgun. Then he replaces the lid in less than a minute. He restores the tarp before stepping off camera with the shotgun in his gym bag. The footage ends. The final timestamp, 9:21 AM. I would like King to please make a sand check.
That is a 46, which now is a fail.
Okay.
No.
You see the timestamp blink out on the screen and your eyes grow wide as you realise 9:21 AM, all three of those numbers in the sequence. And then you remember Wei checking his watch, counting, seemingly knowing the exact moment to cross the road when the police officer on duty would be distracted, seeming to know exactly when would be the safest moment to lift the gun and get away with it. You lose 1d6 San as the implications of this set in.
It is
God
a...
Damn it.
Oh, it's a 3, thankfully. Yeah.
3. These numbers, whatever they mean, seem to provide Wei with almost perfect knowledge of where people will be at any given time. It's deeply unsettling as all the implications roll through your mind. With that, and your investigation for the day having come to an impasse, you try to shake these bad feelings out of your head and retire to continue in the morning. As you sleep, I'd like each of you to regain 1 San as you finish off the night with some nice coffee and toast made there in the kitchenette in room number 7.
I'll take it.
Take whatever you can get, and especially in your case.
Instead of sleeping normally, can I forego the sand point to try and track down our...
Yes, you can. I'd like you to make a power check, please, since you're going to be staying awake all night.
Yeah.
Actually, sorry, a con check. Con check. We're going to see if you're going to get exhausted or not.
You have plenty of that. No, that's a pass.
You wait until everyone has retired to bed, and then you tell them you're heading back to your cabin. You shut the motel door behind you, reach into your coat, pull out a bottle of caffeine pills, and swill about a handful of them down your throat to keep you awake. And then you begin your search. I will give you a boon. You may make an idea check to see if you memorized her license plate when she left this morning.
Yes. That's extremely yes.
Luckily, as you think on this morning when she left in that black sedan, the number plate pops up in the back of your mind. 229820. If you were king, you'd probably be freaking out right now.
Damn it. Stop it. Leave the boy alone.
I would like to try and draw on my old contacts in the FBI and see if that number's pinged anywhere.
Alright, I'd like you to make a law check, please.
Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
That's a 3+.
So you did have to push it. So it takes you most of the night just calling up sitting there with your phone, calling up all your various contacts, and trying to get someone who someone who still remembers who you are, someone who still owes you a favor. And it's well past midnight by the time you finally get through to someone who can help you, and then by the time they can finally get a result, at just after 4:02 a.m., your phone beeps with a message. It simply reads, last sighted 3 a.m. passing into Manhattan city limits, driving in direction of Columbia University main campus.
Cool. Do I have any chance of heading her off?
Probably not, because you're in New Jersey. It's going to be like a 5-hour drive to get to where she is.
They're a short trip.
All right.
You get the idea. Now that you
I'll-
know where she is, you basically put 2 and 2 together that the moment she left the crime scene, this is where she started going.
Sure. All right. I'll call the local police. Actually, I'll call them from a public phone, and I'm going to put an anonymous threat in for an active shooter event at Columbia University at roughly the time that I think she'll arrive there.
Okay, so I'd like you to make a navigate check to try to determine what time she's likely to get there.
I'd like to spend 9 luck points and...
Yep.
Yes.
So you determine she will get there at about 9 to 10 a.m. at this rate. About 9 a.m. at the earliest. And you decide to send through this information. I would like you, as you are calling in a fake active shooter situation, to please make a deception check.
Yeah, can I push that?
Yes you can.
That is a diddly diddly dee.
So
I've got no deception.
You've got none, so...
No. There is no deception skill.
Oh, there's no deception. Sorry, I mean, make a hard fast talk. Sorry, thinking of
then
D&D.
that's
Yep.
That's pass.
Did you have to push it?
I did push it, yes.
Yes, okay, so because you pushed it, you did get a hard pass. You put the information through, and the man on the other end doesn't seem to fully believe you, but he says they will put out an alert, even if they do not have patrolmen on campus. So they'll put out an APB, but they won't actually send anyone to campus to head her off.
Damn.
Would you like to try and push the matter?
Yes, I would like to push the matter.
Yep, how would you like to do so?
I would like to text a manifesto detailing who I am, why I'm some fake reason about, I don't know, I just make up some shit about libertarian bullshit.
Alright.
Yeah. And then I texted to the Columbia
University.
and I also let the Columbia University know that I've also made the threat to the police, though they will do nothing, so I'll be able to do this. Not to the university, sorry, to the I meant the press.
To the press.
Yeah. So basically, I type a fake manifesto to the press, tell them I've already contacted the police and that they're going to do nothing, and I let them know.
Oh,
And then-
okay. Are you sure you'd like to do that?
Actually, no. As I go to send it, I'm like, wait. Actually, no. The risk of it getting out's too high.
Because we do actually have the press on our case right now. They're like Enrico Suave would probably catch wind of this and be there at the campus.
Speaking of which, has anything come of
Not yet.
some more? Okay.
Not yet,
Okay.
but they're about to. So what would you like to do, Conrad?
Oh, actually, I'll send it to the university. So
Alright.
So at least they're prepared.
I'd like you to make an intimidation check, please, to write a suitably threatening message.
Push.
Go ahead, push.
Puff.
Hey.
Alright, make a luck check, please.
The things I do. That's foul.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind. I won't tell you what happened. We shall see.
Things
Oh,
I do to try and prevent a school massacre.
god damn it.
Okay. You are once again, after your exhausting walk back from the crime scene, all of you sleep in. You sleep past the crack of dawn, and you don't stir until just before 9 a.m. when suddenly Stanley's laptop begins making a very loud klaxon. Beep, 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 beep.
Alright, yep, sure, I'm up.
You climb to your feet, head over to your laptop. Your police the police scanner that you have coded into your laptop appears to be picking up quite a bit of police chatter in the surrounding area.
Okay, I suppose I'll have to have a look, see what's up.
Alright, I'd like you to make an electronics check, please, to try to get the correct frequency, because this is the 90s, and you don't just have an app that tunes into police chatter, you have to try to get on the frequency yourself.
So 11, so that's going to be a extreme pass.
So the program you've written monitors several commonly used police and law enforcement frequencies for certain levels of activity and alerts you when it finds it. You quickly run through the 20 or 30 different call signs and frequencies that you know, and eventually, after about 20 minutes, you finally tune into the police chatter of the New Jersey State Patrol. Police in Manhattan are requesting assistance since we happen to be just over the bridge. Look, I know it's out of our jurisdiction, but they put out an APB, a potential active shooter situation, and the suspect has turned up. Active shooter situation? Well, why didn't they have anyone at the campus? Because apparently they didn't take it seriously enough. And hell, the Psycho sent a manifesto into someone on campus. Turns out their phone was off. Didn't check it till this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I can only do so much.
True.
With this in mind, you quickly change frequencies, tuning into the NYPD's police chatter. They are organizing, maybe getting a patrol squad down to the campus to check things out. They are not treating this as an active shooter situation.
Oh, god damn it, these people suck.
Especially as you learn that the suspect in question was a woman, reportedly in possession of a Federal Bureau of Investigation badge, investigating the Ridgeway murders. As such, they are not fully treating it as a false alarm, but are not treating it as an active shooter situation. And the last known location of the suspect was heading towards the postgraduate dormitory building, where she claimed a Michael Way had a secondary address.
And I'm guessing we're not going to be able to get there before she does
You can
whatever
only
it is she's
try.
planning to do.
You can only try.
Yeah. Basically, just grab the nearest. Basically, just start raising the alarm, just yelling, going, "Guys, time to get up right now. We gotta go."
Everyone assembles. Everyone climbs to their feet. You burst out of the motel room. There's no one in the parking lot. There are several trooper SUVs left unattended.
I suppose we have to acquire one, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, who's driving?
As
Don't everyone leap up at once.
What's your drive auto, Conrad?
My drive auto is 45.
Oh, you're the
Holy
best
crap.
driver
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
everyone.
yeah.
Somebody can actually drive. We're
Okay.
saved at last.
How would you
Sure,
like to go about this? Time is of the essence. Would you like to contact the troopers and request them to requisition you one of these cars? Or would you like to just unlock it and drive and get there as fast as you can?
I'll just unlock it and drive.
Anyone have...
I would like to point out, though the other people don't know this, but I slept last night.
Yeah, you haven't slept last night and you're still in peak condition. Would you like... you guys see Kurtz immediately heading to one of the cars, pulling a lockpick out of his pocket. Are you going to allow him to do this?
Yes.
Alright, Kurtz, make a locksmith check, please.
Sure.
Oh my god, what the hell is that?
That's a train going past.
Oh,
It was appropriate.
yeah.
I'm awake.
Alright, here we go. You click, unlocking... Your lockpick clicks. The button behind the window shoots up, and the door is unlocked. You pull open the door, climb into the driver's side, and start hot-wiring the engine as everyone else climbs aboard. Okay, here we go. We're heading into the climax of the scenario. Are you ready? Is there anything you would like to do first?
Are we ever ready?
I would like to just pop out the back. I'll just do a pee and then I'll be back.
Yep. Alright. Everyone else, is there any last minute preparations you would like to make as Conrad starts hot wiring the engine?
I've got my bear, I've got my eagle, I'm fine.
I've got all my stuff I need.
I've got all my tasers.
I have you guys to hide behind. I'm not equipped for school shootouts, let alone shootouts in general. I trust you guys. You guys got
Get me
this.
close and I can maybe stun her enough.
Maybe.
The real question is, do you wish to get that close?
Not really.
What fun we
Alright.
shall have.
Here we go. Here we go. Now, I will give you a quick peek behind the screen that this climax could have been very simple. You're just taking down one person. It's going to be a bit harder because she got a significant head start on you, and yeah. So we shall see.
Shit.
So here we go.
Yeah, we gone goofed.
Here we go. Alright. The engine roars to life as Conrad guns it down onto the main street of Alliance, speeds through the town and onto the highway leading out into the wilderness of New Jersey, beginning the long drive to New York City. I'm going to roll for his drive auto, which he said was 45. 98 for the first.
Yeah.
88 for the second.
Well, everyone's dead.
Oh, God.
Conrad drives as fast as he can. You're just not getting there far enough. You keep fast enough. You keep looking at your watch. First it's 10 a.m., then 11, then lunchtime. The sun grows higher in the sky. You're wasting time. You keep calling out for him to drive faster. He turns around and barks, "I'm going as fast as I can!" But it's not enough. By the time you cross the bridge over the Hudson River, and begin careening into the traffic-blocked streets of Manhattan, it is already just over 3:30 in the afternoon. As you draw nearer to Columbia University, I'd like you all to make spot hidden checks.
Oh my face.
That is a pass for me.
9, that is a pass.
That's a pass.
And that's pass.
As Kurtz pushes the car through the streets and you draw closer to the university campus, you can't help but notice that there are very few, if any, NYPD cars in the vicinity.
Right.
Stanley, would you like to try to tune into the police radio?
Yeah, might as well get a beat on that and see how we're doing.
You pull out your laptop in the back seat and sit there furiously attempting to tune in with your pocket radio while your Game Boy sits on the seat next to you.
Oh no, at this point it's turned off.
It's turned off, yeah.
I know when to get serious.
Make an electronics check with advantage, please, because you found this frequency before.
Oh, solid. Let's see. Let's try that again, thankfully.
I will also let you know I've rolled several luck checks without telling you, so...
Good.
So, yeah.
Well, that's a 40. So that's a pass. It's just a regular pass, if that works.
That's a regular pass. Okay, you tune in, the static fades, and then your heart sinks as you catch the tail end of their conversation. Yeah, that's right. Order was put out. It's all a false alarm. Oh yeah. An Agent Comarks from the FBI is taking jurisdiction on this. Apparently this Way guy was the shooter in that Ridgeway case a couple days ago. Yeah, she's put the entire dormitory under FBI jurisdiction. Your heart sink.
Yeah, we're burned here. She's got the drop on that APB. It's just her there now.
All right. The car careens down the main road leading to Columbia University. You see the campus administration building materializing in front of you as you pass the open greenery of the student common, the trees speeding past you. You reach the end of the road, right at the entrance to the parking lot. Kurt slams down on the brake, jolting you all forward, and then he bursts out of the door, leaving the car parked right there, lengthways across the road, blocking off the entrance to the parking lot. And you begin to sprint onto the campus. Do you have your weapons drawn?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll take my semi-automatic and have it stashed under my coat.
Yep. Everyone else, weapons concealed or drawn?
I have a dart taser and I'm holding it close to my leg while I run.
Alright.
Mine's in hand, but it is concealed.
As you sprint across the campus, making your way through first through the parking lot, then past the admin building, through the student commons, across the paved floor of the outdoor eating area, several students turn and look at you as you run past. They gasp and chatter under their breath. seeing armed government agents sprint through the campus. Time is of the essence, and this campus is a lot bigger than you thought it would be, and it's not like you had the time to research its layout beforehand. I would like one of you to I would like a navigate check from one of you, please.
Does anyone have navigate?
No.
No.
Do you have navigate, Conrad?
Yes, I do.
Alright,
Yeah.
navigate
Oh, thank
check,
God.
please.
Hey.
Hooray, so that's not completely useless.
I'll push that. Yeah,
Hey.
that's a hard pass.
That's
Hey.
a hard pass. You quickly stop, take in a nearby map of the campus, locate the postgraduate dorms, and then direct everyone in that direction, running as fast as you can. I would like a group dex check, please, with advantage, because you know where you're going.
I don't know.
That is...
Oh, wait.
What's my next?
Oh,
That's
shit.
a normal pass, that's a 50.
That's a hard pass for me.
That is a hard pass for me.
I got a regular
Hard
pass.
pass. You run first across the paved floors, up a flight of stairs, past a lecture theatre, down onto the grassy green, sprinting across a field towards the shining glass square dorm building in front of you. You careen out from behind a corner and sprint towards the entrance. And then you see something that makes your heart fall. It's Enrico Suave and his cameraman standing in
Damn it.
front of the entrance to the dormitory. And as you round the corner, Enrico sees you running towards them. He points at you, his cameramen turn around, and he begins to walk up the path, ready to intercept you.
We're all running and quite in a rush. Do you guys mind if I actually do taser him as we run past? That'll
I
keep
mean,
him away.
legally, if he does try to actually stop us, that would be obstruction of justice.
I am of the belief. He's got a camera crew, right?
He does. He's currently rolling.
Okay.
And I do have a team of other agents coming in to get rid of the film.
Yes, you do. Miss Green is scrambling another cell to fix this up, but in the meantime, he's a direct obstruction to you, and he's filming. What will you do?
Alright.
I stun him.
Oh, do we want to at least try and, like, order him to move aside?
No, yeah. I'll just go.
Yeah.
Stand aside!
As you walk up to him, he thrusts out his microphone in the direction of Agent Smolder, and he says, "We've received an anonymous tip from a member of university faculty that there is an active shooter situation about to go down here. We've also received other tips that it's related to the Way Massacre. What do you have to say about this, Agent Smolder?"
Out of the way! And is the camera in reach of me while I'm running?
Yes, one of them is.
I just grab it and slam on the ground.
Alright, like you to make a fighting check, please.
Fighting check.
Knock his ass out.
No shit, I don't. Okay, good luck, Lamb. That is. Can I? It's a fighting thing. I can't spend luck on it, can I?
No, this is not a fighting check. This is not a combat check. This is just a skill check using your
good.
fighting, so you can push it.
Okay. Actually, yeah, we'll try to push. And I'm glad I did. That is a pass. That is 24.
Knock his ass out.
Kurtz barks, "Out of the way!" and brushes Salvo out of the way, and as you run past, You reach out and wrestle with the cameraman, ripping the television camera out of his arms. You throw it on the ground, shattering it. The cameraman gasps and Rico shouts. And as you run past, your heart sinks as you hear Enrico shout, "Keep rolling! Keep rolling! We're onto something big! This could be what we need!"
Smashed.
You turn over your shoulder and you see that they still have the other camera rolling and they are in direct pursuit of you now. I would like group dex checks once again with advantage, please.
No. It goes till 10:30.
Alright, that is...
Yeah, we have one every second time.
I forgot how high my dex is. That's a pass.
That's an extreme pass. I got a 5. How the hell am I doing this? I should be at a...
That's a pass from me.
Can I push Dale?
Pass.
Yes you can. You can push.
Cool, that's a hard pass.
Hard pass. Okay. You continue
should not be
running
doing it.
towards the dorm, sprinting as fast as you can. Behind you can hear the footsteps of the news crew, with Enrico shouting, "This is Enrico Salvia Phenomen X, and we have it, you've seen it right here, folks, we have been assaulted by government agents. They're keeping something under wrap here. It is the Laqueous equation. Could it be alien technology? Stay with us and we find out." You reach the door into the dormitory and push it open. Agent Smolder, make a luck check, please.
Certainly can.
Just doing that, did he just say that this is the equation that hasn't been released to the press?
Yes, he's somehow gotten a hold of. But you do know that this equation has been heard of in occult circles, so...
I still say knock his... I believe it's time to tase his ass.
Yep, so
Knock him out and take him
Also,
in
that is a
for
2.
questioning.
that's a 2 on your luck check. As you pull open the doors to the dormitory, you see, standing at the end of the hallway in front of you, Agent Comox, smiling a wicked smile. She raises her handgun and fires. You duck at the last moment. And then behind you, you hear, "What are we about to see here, folks?" And you turn around just in time to see Enrico Salve's head splattered.
I should taser him.
I said
No,
taser him.
I'm not gonna taser.
The lone remaining,
You know what?
the lone remaining cameraman raises his hands in the air, dropping the camera to the ground, shattering it, and runs out into the student green as far as he can, just screaming his head off.
He left the
Okay.
camera, right?
He did.
Yep.
Good. Well, that's good news, guys. We solved that little problem.
But
We'll pick up both cameras.
But
before we
first,
leave.
Later.
I would like you all to make sand checks, please.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah, that makes sense. Dude's brain gets blown out. That kind of makes sense.
That
Oh,
is
thank God that's a pass.
Oh, that's a fail.
That's a
Oh
fail.
dear. Oh dear, oh dear.
That is a fail.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
I'm getting good sen rolls. I just have lost so much sen in this.
Okay. Alright. For those of you who failed, 1d6 sand loss, please. For those of you who passed, 1d3.
6.
Oh
Alright.
dear.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh no.
Cheers.
Oh, that's a 1. That's a 1.
Well, good for you, I guess.
Intelligence check, please, Krillin Temporary.
Oh, no,
and
Krillin,
intelligence
smart.
check. And intelligence check, please, Conrad Kurtz.
Pass.
Oh dear.
Both of you pass. Both of you
Oh,
go temporarily insane.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Not me for once.
What are your decks? What are all your dex values?
35.
60.
40.
85.
85. Okay, Agent Smolder, you get to act first. What would you like to do? You see Comox standing in the hallway, using one of the dormitory doorways as cover.
Oh shit, okay, there goes that plan. I was gonna go for a kneecap shot.
Yeah, kneecapping.
Alright, you're making a cold shot, so make a
Oh
hard...
no, I can't, I
it's
can't
gonna-
because they're using cover.
Oh, yep, so you're just gonna shoot at her center mass, hope you hit her?
Shit.
I mean, you could just take the stun gun out of my hands.
Yeah, but I don't have fighting brawl.
A stun gun is
Oh,
It's
stun
fine.
gun's
Yeah,
firearms.
stun. Yeah.
I was thinking of the cattle prod.
Yeah, I don't
No,
believe you
I
went
have
for
a, I have a
cattle prod.
taser, a stun gun, pepper spray.
He's got the full. I don't know. That's my purse. Hit.
I examine
enjoyed
dead
that.
bodies. I don't make them.
I'm glad you all enjoyed that.
Actually, you know what? I'm just going to try to put the living through God into her.
Yep.
I don't think that's.
Try not to hit her since I don't know where behind cover she is. But I know this packs a fuck ton of power. I'm just gonna fire blankly into the cover she's in and either try not to hit her or just wind her.
All right.
See how things
Good
go.
question. How does that work if she, in the odd chance that she's probably gone completely insane?
Well,
you could
we'll
try.
see.
Make
We'll
a
see.
Mm.
make a firearms check.
Okay, that is a. Ooh. Oh, I can't spend luck on it. That's just a normal pass. That
Yep.
is a 31.
Okay, so currently under the full influence of the Clawdon equation, she gets to do all her dodge and attack rolls with advantage.
Oh damn.
So what did you
Ah.
roll on your firearms?
31.
31. Luckily, she is unable to dodge. She just gets a pass, not a hard pass. So you may roll damage. Because of the cover is 4 points of armor, so your damage will be reduced by 4 points.
Okay, okay, where's the D10? Oh, yeah, D10, that's that. D10 plus D6. Okay, so 3, 9, 9, and 3. That's 11, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
11, so that's 7 points of damage. You hit her, and she stumbles but does not fall to the ground. She raises her gun and returns fire.
That's almost the noise a gun makes.
Okay, that's going to be a 51. That's a pass for her. Make a dodge check, please, Agent Smolder.
Half my
Dodge.
dex, that's right. Half my dex is 42. And that is a 9.
Lovely. She fires her bullet at you. You duck down and you feel the bullet whiz over your head, just millimeters shy of hitting you. She seems to be shooting with unnatural accuracy, just like Michael Way. It is now, dex values, guys.
80.
60.
80.
40.
Alright,
35.
Kurtz, you are up next.
I am also insane.
You are also insane. So, Kurtz, you decide to just barrel into the dormitory, shouting and firing your weapon blindly in her direction. Make a firearms check with disadvantage, please.
Well, darns.
That is a hit.
That is a hit.
Oh.
Well, she's still going to try to dodge. And another. And she will now push. Oh, wait, she can't push. Okay, you manage to hit her, grazing her with one of your stray bullets. Roll your damage and subtract 4 from it.
Sorry, just double checking my damage on the sheet.
Yeah.
Ooh,
12.
nice.
So -3 is 9 points of damage.
9 points of damage. You screaming, ah! You blind fire and bang! One of your bullets manages to hit her square in the head. She just has time to open her mouth before a gout of blood sprays all over you and she topples forwards to the floor.
Yeah.
But that's not the end of the scenario. There's still a bit more.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No,
Well, naturally.
that was only the start of the climax.
Oh dear.
Oh, yeah, I
Comox.
forgot, are we taking count of our ammo and reload and whatnot?
No, we're not.
Okay.
Only how much ammo you have in the magazine, not how much you're carrying. Comox lies face down on the floor, blood quickly pooling around her head. Who's still insane, Remy? Remy's still insane, I believe?
I'm still vain, yes.
Krillin. As soon as she is down, you sprint past her, and you push into the dormitory behind her. Way's dorm room. Way was housed in a small dorm room in John J. Hall, a skyscraper-like glass skyscraper-like residence hall located at the back of the campus. John J. Hall houses the Fu Foundation School of Engineering and Applied Science, which also includes all the mathematics postgraduate students. Way's dorm is small, modest, and messy. It is clear he had little or no social life. Every surface is covered in half-read books folded open at random points. His bed is nothing more than a futon, dropped in the middle of the room. A single, rickety IKEA desk holds a nondescript grey computer and a cheap monitor. A pile of papers are stacked all over the table. Most are covered in a scrawl that you can barely make out to be differential equations. As you enter the room, Krillin, the pile of papers seems to call out to you. In particular, a bunch of papers stapled together in the form of a book. There is a simple phrase on the title page of this sheath of papers. It reads, Libri plures admiratio. And with your Latin knowledge, you translate this to the Book of Many Wonders. And so, Krillin, you suddenly find yourself possessed by an insatiable urge to read this book. Make a hard power check.
Oof.
That's a normal pass, but it's not a hard.
Normal pass, very well. That will help you a little bit in a minute. This is a heavily annotated, photocopied English translation of Libri Plures Admirato. Way seems to have developed quite an interest in this 16th century mathematician and has filled the book with his own observations, notes in the margins, post-it notes, and scribbles. I'd like you to make a Latin check, please, with advantage. Because you are currently gripped by temporary insanity.
That's a 15, which is a normal pass.
You flip through the book, and the insane insight sets in. The photocopied book is covered in handwritten notes, some coherent, some not. The deadly number sequence covers the last page in a violent scrawl. It appears as if the marker used to scribble it broke during the writing. Notes in the margins in Way's handwriting include some disturbing elements. Deciphering this chicken scratch will require a successful English check, please.
One I can actually hopefully be able to do. You watch me get an 80. 6. Oh, jeez. That's critical.
You realise, as you read this chicken scratch, that Way predicted the time that a Dr. Krillin Tempry would find this manuscript and read the entry, as well as Krillin's social security number, age, and the latitude and longitude of his home address. There is even a scroll at the end of the page which reads, Hello, Krillin. I'd like you to lose another 1d6 san.
You feel that, Krillin? I taste that.
That's a 1 this time. I can accept that. Okay. Okay.
And then,
Hello, Krilla.
as you
Hi,
pour,
Alan.
as you pour over
Oh.
the rest of the papers, you lift them up in the air, and in a ramble begin to divulge their meaning to the rest of the group. This is Fascius Clauden's equation. Unsolved for over 500 years, the world's most brilliant mathematicians and cryptographers tried in vain to solve this equation. It now holds a place in the annals of cryptography as one of the few cryptograms to resist modern attempts at cracking. Until now, you suddenly realize what it is. It is an equation that renders the entire fabric of reality down into a series of numbers, allowing almost infinite knowledge of anything in the universe, what will happen at any time, any place, any person, anything you could want. And because you passed your power check, you do not comprehend the mathematics involved, and the equation does not grip you.
Oh,
Just the same, I would
Oh.
like everyone else to make a SAN check, please, as the implications of what this means sets in.
Oh no! At the 77, I fail.
Oh no.
Well,
Mad. Was that
That's a fail.
mean anything?
Sorry, Tom, what'd you say?
I'm still mad.
Yeah, you're still mad.
I'm
so
so mad.
yeah, but we're gonna just determine how if you get any more SAN because you're still mad.
No, I failed that Zen check.
Okay, a failure of this SAN check, as you were all not the ones to read this. A failure means you will only lose 1d4. A pass means you will lose 1d4 minus 2.
Lucky.
Mondays for my
Right,
two, so
well, that's a
I rolled a
3.
2, so I lose nothing.
Well, we'll just say we'll lose. It's a minimum of 1, so you'll lose 1.
Okay.
I lost 2.
Then
Two.
it should
I'm also
be
concerned that was such a light fail. I feel like that means that's gonna be something far worse in a minute.
Right, how much?
I lost only one again.
Yep, so if you failed 1d4. If you passed, 1d4 minus 2, minimum of 1.
2.
2. Okay. Suddenly, Krillin, the fit of madness seems to fade away, and you're left there stunned as the implications of what you just revealed to the rest of the cell sink in. I would like, at this point, Kurtz to please make a hard power check.
Sure.
Quickly, Dale, how much longer has this got?
Only like 10-20 minutes more.
Fail.
Okay, cool.
And you can miss the epilogue if you need to. Fail!
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
probably need to.
You are still insane. And that's when you notice. That's when an idea pops into your head. You walk over, snatch the papers from out of Krillin's hands, toss them on the floor, and, in your fit of insanity, fail to take the proper precautions. You reach into your pocket, pull out a match, and throw it on the manuscript. The manuscript begins to burn. And first, it appears that nothing happens. At this point, Stanley, you notice a computer tucked in the corner of the room. Would you like to take a quick chance to examine this as the manuscript burns and crackles in the flames?
I feel like I may regret this, but yeah, I'm gonna have to go check that to make sure there's any further evidence.
Alright? You walk over to the computer, fully ready to hack it, but you find that it has already been turned on. It is open on the screen of Way's email client. An email has just been sent back to Justin Croft at FBI.gov. It contains an encrypted file with the completed solution to the Clauden equation. As you sigh, the computer beeps and a reply pops in. It simply says, "Excellent. This will serve us well, Justin Croft." Behind you, the flames continue to burn the manuscript. You wonder what's going to happen. Sarah Comox already solved the equation in Way's stead and emailed it back to Justin Croft, but surely things can't get any worse. I'd like you all to make spot hidden checks, please.
Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Pass for me.
That is a fail for me.
That is a fail from me.
As the manuscript burns, those of you who passed notice that the walls of the dormitory begin to waver, as if it is just a projection on a screen of canvas. The manuscript continues to burn, and then that's when you all notice it. The scribbled writings on the paper, the equations. As the flames burn, the ink bubbles, and they all begin to run together. At first, in a meaningless jumble of black, but then the ink snakes together, and it begins to form a word on the paper. A. Z.
Oh god.
A. T.
Can I just put a bullet through the paper?
Go ahead if you want.
Actually,
Nope.
I don't know. Well, actually, I'm mad, so I probably would just shoot.
Yeah, go ahead. You reach down and you put a bullet in the manuscript. As soon as your bullet hits the manuscript, the flames that are consuming it explode outwards, knocking you all backwards.
Oh.
As you hit the walls and floor, you each take 3 points of damage.
Ow!
And then
My armor.
the fire... But, well, fall damage... Armor doesn't work on fall damage. It only works on direct damage. Then,
Yep.
the fire shrivels away, leaving nothing but a pile of ash writhing on the floor. The walls around you begin to squirm. They begin to flicker as if it's all an illusion. And then, the dormitory walls begin to fade. As suddenly, around you, out of nowhere, extends a black void riddled with millions of stars. The wooden floor of the dormitory still lying before you. Everyone make a sand check, please.
Yep.
Oh.
That is.
Holy shit, that's a 2! Flying colors.
That's a fail.
Oh no, Smithy, no.
You could see... Okay, for failing, that's going to be a 1d6. For passing, that's going to be a 1d3.
That's still a 3 for me.
Oh, for 4.
Okay. You watch as the void flickers, as the walls of the dorm flicker in and out, and the starlit void and the dormitory juxtapose, merge into each other. You see strange objects floating in the air in front of you, and after a moment you realize that they are numbers, symbols, equations, the fabric of reality. Suddenly, there is a flash of light, and in front of you, hovering just above you, is a toad-like creature which seems constantly to be changing shape and appearance, and from which emanates, by some means you cannot distinguish, a ghostly undulation, a piping coming from what appears to be a flute, dyed deep red. But not a flute, not held by the creature, more like an appendage sticking out of what passes for its face. The discordant music begins to swell around you, and then... what is its dex? Goes first. Okay.
Oh,
Who was the one of you who crazily read the equations? That was
Me.
okay. All right. Suddenly, the creature turns in your direction, gazing upon you with its eyeless, toad-like face, the red flute appendage piping a disturbing, undulating song into your ears. I would like you to make a dodge check, please.
Check. Oh, not a dodge check, please. Not a.
So wait, am I making one too?
No, you're not. Just Krillin. You're next.
Take a guess. Take a guess. if I
98.
pass or not.
Yeah,
Oh,
and it's
no.
not a combat roll, but it's okay. You have a slight chance it'll be okay as the creature rushes towards you. Dozens of spindly, narrow appendages suddenly reaching out of its fleshy mass towards you. It reaches out, and it gets 2 attack attempts.
Oh
The
my
first one's
god.
at 33. The servitor of Azathoth reaches out, grabbing you in its hands, and it begins to pull you towards it, hovering above the rest of you as the discordant piping grows louder and louder, the music of madness making it impossible for you to hear. It begins to...
Take reactionary turns in this, can you?
No, you can't. Not yet. Not yet.
Nope.
It pulls you into its mass, and then all of its other spindly appendages reach out, embracing you in a crushing hug. You take 2d6 damage.
Oh, I'm dead. Just
8
I'm
points
dead.
of damage.
No.
I'm dead. I'm on 0.
Oh,
I'm actually on
unfortunate-
-2.
Oh,
He's
unfortunate-
dead. He's dead.
He's
Dead.
No.
You watch as it first
What?
hugs Krillin, choking the breath out of him, and then the music growing faster, more aggressive, as if picking up with glee. It begins to tear him apart, limb from limb, and discard the bloodied pieces of him to the void. Okay. Agent Smolder, you may act.
Right. Desert Eagle, motherfucker.
God damn it, why is Krillin always the first to die?
Well,
Hey,
In all-
call me Young Char.
in all fairness, Remy knew this was going to happen. He called him Krillin Temporary.
I know. That didn't mean he had to live up to the name, damn it.
The only thing was, when he made him, we all thought he was going to die in the first episode.
Exactly.
True.
And then I got attached, and then you
Yeah.
just ripped it from me.
That's how it works. But he died in the climax, is the way to go. So, make your firearms
It's
check,
so
please,
good.
Smolder.
Dude,
That
it's so
is
good.
a hard.
A hard.
29.
29, and that is halved for a servitor of the Elder Gods. 29 halved is going to be 13. A good shot. You blast it. The bullet slams into its fleshy, mouthless, eyeless face, and a gout of blood spurts out. It reels back as if shrieking in pain, but all you can hear is the discordant music. Kurtz, you may act. You are no longer temporarily insane.
I'm going to put as much distance between myself and him as possible.
You're
Alright.
a bit quiet there, Tom.
He's going to put as much distance between himself and it as possible.
And
Okay.
I'm just gonna fire while I retreat.
Okay, so first, I would like you to make a dex check as you run to the edge of the floating floorboards in the middle of this void.
Hard pass.
Hard pass. As you run past, the servitor reaches out with one of its spindly limbs trying to catch you. You dodge out of the way, but it does slash at you with one of its claws, grazing you, and you take 2 points of damage. Then, you open fire. Make a firearms check at disadvantage with your penalty dice.
Miss.
You miss. Bang! Bang! You were not able to hit it. Okay. Stanley, it is your turn.
Very freaked out by losing freaking Krillin. Very shakily hold up my standard issue 9mm and try and get a shot on this thing, I guess.
I am really sorry to do this, guys. I actually really want to stay, but I'm falling
That's-
asleep in the chair.
That's
It's
okay,
all good,
Remy.
man.
You did what you needed to do. We'll catch up with you. We'll just listen
Yeah.
to the epilogue when you can,
Yes.
so you know what happened,
Yeah.
and we'll make a new
I'll listen
character.
to it tomorrow after work.
Yep, and
Yeah.
we'll make a new character for you when we can. Thanks for playing, Remy.
No problem.
Hey,
Get revenge for me.
We will. We'll try. Right.
ya.
So, what are you doing, Stanley?
I'm just, trying to get away from this thing and taking a shot at it.
All right.
Just-
Same thing as Kurtz. Make a dex check,
Yep.
please.
Dex. That's a 31, so that's a pass for me.
31. All right. He snatches out at you with one of his spindly claw-like limbs, a mixture between a spindly arm and a tentacle, seeming to shift between the two at will. And he misses, just
Thank God.
grazing you for 2 points of damage with the tip of his
Eh.
claw. Okay, HG King, you are up. What would you like to do? Smithy, your turn.
It might help if I had my microphone
Ah,
unmuted.
yep, that's okay. You did an M2. You did an M2.
Well, I was typing a cane toad fact.
Yep.
So I'm gonna follow and try and get to the door, but also like take
Yep.
a shot from the door.
All right, so you're gonna rush for the door, which is still flickering in and out of existence. You might be able to jump through it. Okay, make a dex check, please.
Oh, that's the right dice there. Can this be pushed?
No,
Or-
it's a combat roll.
Oh, it's a fail then.
That's a fail, okay. As you run past, the creature swerves in front of you, blocking your path. And then, as the discordant music grows louder and louder and begins to fill your ears, the featureless toad-like mass lunges towards you. Make a dodge check, please, Smithy.
Oh, that's a pass.
That's a pass, okay. Oh, you're lucky, you're lucky. It swings at you, and it fails by 1. If it had got a 40, if it had got a, 2. If it had got a 40, it would have made a hard pass, and it would have grabbed you. You throw yourself to the floor as the creature flies over you. You're petrified. You may fire your gun with disadvantage if you'd still like to.
May as well.
Go ahead.
Dropping dice everywhere now. Okay. Oh, that's a fail.
That's a fail. Bang! You try to hit it, but as it seemingly shifts in and out of reality, your bullets cannot find their mark. The creature stops and hovers in the middle of the floating dormitory, and then it grasps the flute-like appendage with 2 of its limbs, and it begins to slowly revolve as the discordant piping grows louder and louder. I'd like you all to make sand checks, please.
Yeah, that's fair.
Uh,
That is a 74, just on
Nope.
the pass.
Fail for me.
That's a fail for me.
Okay. For a fail, that is 1d4 sand loss. For a pass, that is no sand loss.
Oh, neat.
Oh, that's another one.
That's a 2 for me. I'm slowly getting chipped away
Yeah,
here.
1 cent at a time.
Each
Yeah.
leap brings us closer to insanity.
Yeah, see, you in a brief moment, as the creature lunges over your head, Stanley, your heart leaps into your mouth, and you blink, and you think you see... No, it can't be. A blue, frog-like humanoid spiral on its stomach, punching at you as it leaps past. Make a dodge check, please, Stanley.
You're not polyrath. Shit. Actually, if anything, that helped me. That's a hard pass. I dodge quicker.
Your brief moment of sanity subsides. The flying polyrath changes back into the servitor of Azathoth. You grit your teeth and roll out of the way, or at least attempt to.
My poor boy's sweating right now. I'm not built for this shit.
And what did you get on your dodge?
17.
17, ooh, lucky. Okay, you hit the ground, but he does manage to graze you with an additional 1 damage. You hit the ground, and through gritted teeth, you look up at him, and you just groan, "It wasn't very effective." Okay, Agent Smolder, it's your turn.
Alright, I'll just go for some more pot shots with the Desert Eagle.
Alright, go ahead, make a firearms check.
Okay, that is a... Holy shit. That is a critical with a 10.
Okay, that's an impale. Roll your damage.
Okay. Do I double it because it's critical?
It'll be just halved, because it takes half damage.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay, D10 plus D6. Oh no, that's not D10. There's the D10. Okay.
Boom!
No, I haven't done the damage
I know, I'm
yet.
just doing the sound effect.
Whoa, slow down, Sparky. Slow down. Okay, hold on. I need calculator. Okay. 13.
13, lovely. Okay. The creature is flung back by the force of your bullet, which blasts away some of its flesh. It looks as if you've dealt some serious damage, but then it wraps a tentacle, spindly hand around the red flute-like appendage sticking out of its face, and it grasps it, and the wound seals shut before your eyes.
What the hell is this stupid thing?
Okay, Kurtz, your turn.
Alright, I'd like to fire multiple shots with
Alright.
So 2 shots.
Yep, go ahead.
And
First-
that's negative. It's disadvantage for both of them, yeah?
Yes, it is.
Alright. So it's a hit for the first one,
Oh.
and a hard hit for the second one.
Hard hit for the second one. Okay, go ahead and roll your damage.
Do you want me to roll it all together?
Yep. And are you aiming at any particular part of it?
The flute.
Loot. 18 points of damage total.
18 points of damage, and you're firing at the flute. Bang! Bang! You fire your gun, this time taking aim at the piping appendage. Your bullets hit it. The discordant music twists and distorts, interrupted by your bullet shot, by your bullet slamming into the appendage. The creature writhes its tentacles as if it's in pain, but it quickly rights itself. Okay, Stanley, you are up.
Okay. The door was still here, right?
It was. You can rush for the door.
Yeah, I look at what's going on. I'm basically sweating profusely. I'm thinking I'm just gonna go, you know what? Nah, I'm trying to make a beeline for the door.
Alright, I'd like you to make a dex check, please.
Alright, come on. Holy shit, that's a 15. My dice seriously
Yeah,
love me
you-
tonight.
you made it.
Stanley used run away.
It was effective, and he wasn't missed. You run to the door and throw yourself against it as it flickers into existence in front of you. You grab the doorknob, but some unknowable force appears to be holding it in place. If you'd like to try to open it, you'll have to make a hard strength check.
For anyone who's curious on what exactly we're fighting, I'm posting a picture of it.
I really will look at it later, but I can't begin to stress how badly that strength check is just not going to work for me.
I mean, you could try.
Yeah. I mean, I've been rolling certainly low this evening, but I'm looking at my strength stat, and yeah, no, that wasn't even a regular pass.
Alright, so the
So
door...
I'm basically just like shoulder butting the door, and
Yep,
it's just doing nothing.
You're bashing against the door and it just won't open. King, it is your turn.
Well, I'm seeing him at the door and he can't get out, so
Yep.
I guess...
You're already at the door. Would you like to try a hard strength check?
Probably won't make much of a difference, but yeah, sure.
Alright.
Come on, dice gods.
Oh, Archie.
And luck can't be used on these either.
No,
damn.
it can't. Okay.
I am literally...
It is-
No.
It is the creature's turn. It sees you trying to bash down the door. It raises an appendage. It continues to play the flute. The discordant music fills your ears. Everyone make a sand check, please.
And had you have asked me to roll that last turn, that would have been a pass, but I failed this time.
Ooh,
That
no.
is a pass of a 38.
Pass. Okay, for passing, no sun loss. For failing, 1d4.
And that time's a 4. Shit.
Ooh.
That's a 3 that
Yeah.
time.
So, the creature floating in front of you, Stanley, quickly devolves into a mass of pixels. You found him. The
Oh.
rumored
Oh, no.
lost Pokemon. Missing no.
No. I don't even have a Master Ball to duplicate. This isn't fair.
And then, it thrusts out an appendage in the direction of King, who's trying his hardest to open the door. King,
I was trying to open
Make-
the door.
yeah, you're both trying to, but he was the one who did it just most recently. King,
Oh,
make
fair
a
enough.
make a power check, please.
No.
I did power, not sand check, so you might be okay on this one.
Oh, that's a pass.
Yes.
What did you get exactly?
39.
Okay. The servant attempts a power check. He fails his opposed power check. He casts the spell Shriveling. The flames roll over you, but you take no damage. You can't help but feel as if you narrowly escaped death. Okay. Agent Smolder, your turn.
Alright, come on, Archie, get off. Alright, I'm gonna try blow that flute away.
Alright, go ahead. That's going to be a hard firearms check. It's a cold shot.
Yep. Okay, and that is a 25 out of the 30, so...
Yep, go ahead. Roll your damage. Don't double it.
So what's D10 plus D6 plus 30. 8... 11.
Bang! You fire your bullet. It hits the flute appendage. There's a sickening, bony crack as the appendage snaps in half. The creature rears back. The discordant music suddenly reaches a crescendo, and then a wave of magical energy bursts forth from the creature. Smash! The door is reduced to splinters.
Oh.
Everybody, make a dex check.
Motherfucker.
Or you can either make a dex check or you can make a jump check if you want.
Hard pass.
Yeah, no.
No. Okay, dex
Wait,
check.
Dex.
That... Was it hard, you said?
Just normal.
Oh, well, that is a hard anyway of the 35.
That's a 13.
Hey!
I have no idea how Stanley keeps surviving on dex checks. I have absolute garbage dex.
You make your way towards the shattered door. On the other side of this flickering portal, you can see the dormitory hallway, Comox's body, the pool of blood around her head. You run towards the portal. Do any of you take a look over your shoulder towards the servitor as you leap through the doorway?
No.
Sure, why not?
Oh, you want
Yeah.
to?
Yeah.
I
Very
don't
well.
want to, but I feel like Stanley definitely is to make sure I'm not going to get attacked again.
You take a look, and as it slowly floats away into the void, it warps and shifts. The numbers and equations swirling around it as its form begins to change. It coalesces, glowing red, and suddenly you notice it is transforming into the shape of a large red eye. Something tells you should not be looking at this.
Fair enough.
Would you like to look away?
Yes.
Yeah.
Make power checks to look away from Azathoth, please.
Oh my god, that's a pass.
Pass.
Pass. How did we do, Smolder?
I'm thinking I should, but as small, I'm thinking maybe
Alright.
I should. It will.
Let's have a look. Let's see what happens. Smolder, make a sand check, please.
Yeah. I need to find out what happened to my brother.
And you're gonna die because of it.
That is a 17.
Holy shit.
Pass. Okay. As everyone else leaps through the portal, you stop, look over your shoulder, you turn, and for the briefest moment, gaze upon the eye of the idiot god, Azathoth. Nothing but a great red eye floating endlessly in the cosmos, his gaze piercing into your soul. Lose 1d20 sand, please.
Wait, is that for all of us?
Just
No,
him.
that's just for me.
Oh.
Is that a D20? Yes,
But
it
I'll
is.
give you a bonus if you get through this without going insane.
Oh, okay, cool. That is a 2.
2 sanity. Wonderful.
You've got to be
You
kidding.
did it, Tom. In the brief moment, you gaze upon the eye, and a strange thought enters your head. A voice simply saying, "Your brother is not here. Look away." So you turn, you step through the door, and pull it shut behind you. Returning once again to normal
Search still goes
reality. The
Stanley's
search,
just like on his hands and knees, just shaking at this point.
the search still goes on, and here comes our outro. Well done.
Well, to be honest, I thought we were going to lose Smith in that round.
Yes. Thought it was going to be 2
Another
people
thing.
going down. You successfully escaped from the servitor of Azathoth, briefly gazed upon Azathoth himself, and burned the only known copy of the solution to the Claudian equation. Well, not the only known copy. As you walk through the campus, making your way back to your car, stunned students looking on, unsure of what just happened. You're overwhelmed with a sense of fatigue and loss. One of you did not make it out, and the solution to this terrible number is already in the hands of Justin Croft. Whoever that may be. You have a guess, of course. Your memory quickly flashes back to the agents you encountered on the night you were recruited into Delta Green. The spooks, the men in black, majestic. But what business would they have with Such a dangerous sequence of numbers. What business would they have trying to solve what is clearly something so dangerous? You have no choice but to put it out of your mind for now, as your job is done. The night at the opera is over. Some other Delta Green cells are quickly scrambled to clean up the aftermath of your ordeal. The entire situation is, thanks to Conrad Kurtz's help, explained off as an active shooter situation involving hallucinogenic drugs. An active shooter believing she was seeing things that weren't there. Driven to madness after reading of the Ridgeway massacre. Trying to find what they perceived as Michael Way's source of enlightenment, to being driven beyond the brink, releasing chemicals throughout the campus, resulting in strange and nightmarish visions. Fortunately, the shooter was put down before there was significant loss, though Enrico Suave, the much-loved anchorman of the paranormal cable show Phenomenon X, was gunned down during the struggle. For weeks afterwards, there persist several strange rumours, people trying to piece together what really happened that day on the campus of Columbia University. But, like always, it fades away, white noise, whispered rumours on internet message boards, the domain of late-night paranormal talk shows. Delta Green has saved the world from something it will never understand, and it will never know just how close it may have come to destruction. When you return to the FBI headquarters, you tell the agent in charge, Patrick, that Krillin perished in a gunfight with an active shooter, a rogue agent driven insane by hallucinogenic drugs. His funeral is paid for by an anonymous benefactor, and everyone in your FBI branch office attends, farewells him. And as you watch his casket lowered into the earth, as the pastor dryly reads his sermon, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, the feeling lingers in your minds that Krillin is simply the first. A few days later, Stanley, you receive a message on your phone.
It doesn't bring me as much of a smile now.
It is a message from Miss Green. It simply reads, "A job well done. Agent Alphonse was impressed. A good training op. You weren't as dumb as he thought you all were." And then, with that, life returns to normal. But, for how long? You know that it's inevitable, that it's only a brief reprieve, that sooner rather than later, you will receive that call once again, that invitation to another night at the opera. In order for solving the scenario, you each gain 1d6 san.
Hey!
Yeah, 4, it's not bad.
Oh, that's a 5.
Socks.
3.
For facing the servitor of the outer god and escaping with your lives intact, you gain another 1d6 sanity.
Hey,
Only a 2.
5.
That's a 4.
4.
Additionally, Agent Smolder, for gazing upon Azathoth and leaving with your mind intact, you may learn any one spell in the Call of Cthulhu handbook.
Oh dear, sweet Jesus, yes. Alright, we'll look at that later.
The rest of you, for surviving this scenario, you each gain 1d6 skill points.
Oh, nice. Alright, come on, 6. 4.
There's my 6.
Four's not bad.
6.
4.
4. You may assign these to anything you wish except for credit rating or Cthulhu Mythos.
Let's see.
Additionally, you each gain 1d6 of Cthulhu Mythos skill.
Oh, neat.
Well, that's a 5.
So up to 7 on the mythos.
That'll be a 6 for me.
Yep. And finally, your operational bonus. You have 2 options. You may permanently increase your credit rating by 5%, or you may add $500 to your held cash.
I'll take
$500 or 5% of current.
Yeah, to credit rating.
I'll take the cash.
Of course
I'll
you
take the
will.
cash too.
Very
Yeah.
well. Very well.
50 plus 5. Good.
And with that, episode 2, The Last Equation, comes to an end. Oh, one last thing.
Oh,
Conrad Kurtz, for being the one who went insane and triggered the appearance of the servitor, but still managing to get out of there alive, you are gifted with insane knowledge, and you may also learn 1 spell from the book.
Hey.
And so with that, the second episode of our Delta Green campaign comes to an end. Join us next time for episode 3, A Victim of the Art, where our agents, finally having learned what it truly means to work for Delta Green, are deployed to solve a series of ritualistic murders. The culprit is human, but the killer may not be.
Doo-doo.
And what of Majestic? What plans do they have in store? You'll have to keep watching to find out. Thank you everyone for tuning in tonight, and we really hope you enjoyed that episode. We really enjoyed playing it, and we hope you'll catch us later in the week for some D&D, and on Wednesday, where I will be streaming, where I'll probably be streaming some Resident Evil gameplay on this very channel, so there is plenty more horror to come. But, until then, we all
Watch the ski.
watch the ski.